Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. We all have to check a mic every now and then. Not. All right, mic check again. But this time, things are going to get crazy. Because I don't know what's going on, man. Sometimes my mic is fine and sometimes it's not fine. All right, so what is going on here? Why is my mic not working? Let's try this one more time. Let's get to it done. Let's get it done. Let's figure out if my mic sounds scuff or not. What is going on? Let's try this one. Do you sound scuff, Mike? Are you scuffers? The mic? Are you more scuffed than any mic has ever been before? Or ever will be? Will they write poetry about you? For being how scuffed you are?
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope. exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley. vengeance!
Yeah, basically I made a mistake. I have to make sure I stay on top of this. So I could make sure I don't trim his nails. The goal is not to trim his nails, but this guy's saying trim his nails. It's very important for little, whatever, after all, they have to be able to dig through rocks and earth, so their claws need to be kept nice and sharp, with any broken or wonky ones trimmed back into shape. Goal is not to trim. But seriously, this little thing looks like a lavatar. The goal is not to trim his nails, by the way. What? What is this event? I'm confused because the wiki just says not to like to pet him and stuff. Now this thing is telling me about wiping him down. So brush. So basically I need to wipe his horn, Blaine's confusive before running hours. Wipe his horn. Wipe his horn. Then I squeeze his paw. Squeeze paw. Squeeze paw. Hey, I got the achievement. Well, the way they made this achievement, it's a good thing I watched it. I would have had no idea how to get this achievement.
I want to grow up faster.
So now I only have one achievement left that I can attain in this game. I'm pretty much achievement out. There's only one left. And it's in Nutlin.
Burn it down!
Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to
Wrath from the skies! Light it up!
let engraved names echo! Get to work! Suffer the wrath of the
Light of the blazing sun!
Honestly, this could be God tier. Well, not really God tier. It's not like I care about Raiden at this point, but still. Would have been great if this was attack percent in the middle, but whatever. So you already know it's gonna roll flat attack first time. Oh, it's a low roll, but a flat attack. Let's give it to me. Flat attack. Flat attack. There it is. There it fucking is. And there it's again. Oh. Well, if he avoided flat attack would have been great. Oh. Would have been great if he avoided flat attack, to be quite honest. But it seems I finally got something. Can't remember the last time I went to. Oh my god, I can't remember the last time I actually went. But this reminds me my thing is completely jank. Huh? Whenever I press FN. Like when I press it now, it's gonna work. Huh? I press it now, it works. Oh, okay. I wish it didn't hit flat attack, but... I was joking. If it hit energy recharge, it would have been amazing. Would the legit changed everything? If it hit anything else, energy recharge would have been good. First character I check is Raiden Shogun. Does this make a difference for you, Raiden? Does this change everything? Uso no Itatachi. Yeah, no one use Raiden anyway. Raiden's a dead character. But it is what it is, huh? This allows, well, what is she using right now? I don't even know. I don't even know what she's using right now. Oh, it does change everything, huh? Oh, yeah, okay. I gained some other stuff. Gain 4.1% attack. What is Raiden rocking right now? What is your off piece, Raiden? Oh, this god tier piece. So what does he want me to use? 17% crit rate. Who's using this? My Rosario is using this, so that's free. Okay, what else do I need to check something? So this is the best I could get. Alright. Well, let me check another thing. Let me make sure that no other character is equipped. No. All the characters are available. All the characters are in fact available. Alright, where were we? Okay. Let's see what Akasha say about where my Raiden is currently placed. So right now my Raiden is at 17. And for Taser, she's at just almost 600. So right now she's at 17. So I'm going to refresh. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh. 1739 to almost cut in half, huh? Doesn't really matter though, let's be real. But yeah, I have to fix Rosaria. Where is Rosaria? Rosaria, where are thou? Rosaria. Rosaria. I'm still not used to the change that they made. Chongyu has this. She has that. There is this. There's also that. That gives me the energy recharge. But do I need the energy recharge? Maybe let's keep this. I was planning to throw that away, but at this point, I might as well keep it. But yeah, man. All I had to do was dodge flat attack. That flat attack is horrible. It's just been better if it was attack percent. It doesn't even matter. Like at this point, unless Hoyo decides to retroactively buff Raiden, which this should do. They should totally go back and buff or retroactively buff characters. At this point, increase characters multipliers. Certain characters, like anything from Inazuma and up, and then from there, well, not frankly, they should buff from. At this point, I think they should buff from all the way from Mondstadt to Smeru. All those characters' multipliers should go slightly up. But I think Raiden deserves a bigger buff. Oh, man. Raiden deserves a big buff, because at this point, Veresa needs to be stronger than Raiden C3. Because Raiden's... is Raiden bad? What is this? So who could use this freed piece I have now? But is Raiden bad? That's the question. It's on everyone's mind. Like, this is garbage. But this is also garbage. So who takes this garbage? Is Electro unset? He doesn't do anything for most characters. She ain't using it. She could have used it, but energy recharge sucks. Well, maybe she uses it. And they give her energy recharge over here. Maybe I use that piece. Is that the best energy recharge I have? Yeah, I leveled up Kujisara and never used her. What is the best piece? So what could I off piece? I guess is this. Is it that? No, it's clearly this. It is clearly that piece I could off piece. The goblet is just the worst. I'll keep it though. I have two crappy goblets. And is that? Is it that? Is that all, folks? Well, they got the Raiden upgrade. Still have 0 upgrades for this crap. I think that's that. Let's switch over to Zenless Zero for some endgame content.
Heed the call of your innermost desires. Advance without fear. Navigate as your heart dictates. Robust power. Perfect execution. Foresee the storm and overcome it. Calm. City Series.
So where were we? Live stream and ZZZ Shiyu defense. After this, I'm gonna watch some Ashikai stuff. Because I know she was doing some things. So let me just hurry this up. So I can run to the end game. And start cooking. Because I'm a master chef, huh? You gotta let me cook. What's Corinne doing? I'm kind of curious about this interaction. What's she doing? Wow, okay. That's an interesting interaction. So what is this? I have, so that should be 2, 3, 4. And for this one, I go to the store. And of course, I'm gonna burn all my energy. Do I want to keep getting this? Or do I want to get Vivian? I don't know who I want in the future. But the next character I get could be fire, but I don't really need fire. Another reason I was doing physical for this is because I might level up Vivian. Not Vivian. I might level up. What's this sexy waifu's name? I might level up Pulchra. Oh, she's free. Sexy waifu, furry lady. It's free. Free for all to see. But yeah, man, the thing with Genshin right now is like, I'm done. There's not much to look forward to in Genshin. No, when I say I'm done, I mean like I'm done building characters. Only thing I could really build is Volvika. But my luck is just so garbage in that game. I have to essentially wait till the strong box. And so outside of that, I'm pretty much playing the game as a lot more casually. Not really casually, but my mindset is more casual. Because I'm definitely not. Oh shit, look at that. I'm definitely a more casual mindset going into I have a more casual mindset going into
Unstoppable. My
Nutcry. Because once Nutcry comes out, and they start dropping characters, damn straight I'm gonna be excited again. But for right now, I'm just taking it easy. And pum pum cheesy. Oh man, that was a Jamaican saying when I grew up.
unstoppable.
Like I try not to be too vulgar, but damn, sometimes you gotta let it out, man. Your mind wander, just like, oh, remember that phrase. You're like, you know what, I don't want to say it out loud, but sometimes you just gotta say it out loud. And not worry about what people think. There's no one here to judge me. Just me, talking to myself, saying crazy ass shit. Crazy ass shit. Anyway, last time on Dragon Ball Z. You get rid of these, you get rid of. Let's be real. Unless it's a 4-liner, I'm not using it. Yeah, unless it's a 4-liner, it needs to have attack percent for me to even consider it. And it doesn't have attack percent. So how do I do this? I see there's the ability to convert shit. Ability I did not know until I watched some streamer do it. I was like, wait a minute. You can convert these things, these garbage, into usable resources. This changes everything. Okay, so I could manually craft something, but no. I still have to rely on RNG because I'm essentially trying to get a 4-liner, right? That rolls into... Okay. Basically, I'm trying to get some 4-liner with crit. Man, I got a god tier piece one time, but it rolled horribly. That's a piece I will never forget about. The thing had double crit attack percent. It was a freaking ice goblet. It was an ice damage bonus with double crit attack percent. And it went all into HP. I was like, what the fuck? I deleted it. It's funny that I deleted that now I think about it, because I have a garbage right here on me. About, oh, I have to introduce rerolling. Fuck that shit. If I didn't believe in that piece, so when that piece is vastly better than the one I'm holding. Actually, no, they're equals. It's just that, hey, man, do artwork for streamers, YouTubers. No, sorry, I'm not interested. I'm way too small to be trying to care about all that fancy stuff. But yeah, this is garbage, man. But I have nothing else, so I keep it. I keep it. But yeah, I'm not too interested in trying to get new artwork. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm not interested. Let's get those pulls. Those pull craws. So these are fire weak with physical weak. Wait a minute. Is this character about to become meta? I don't even know what the other side is. But there's no side in this game that's Miyabi weak. Unless they create ice immune enemies. Unless they create ice immune enemies.
Ambush! Surrender now!
Hit him where it hurts. Hurts, don't it? No escape.
My turn!
Found your weakness.
How much of these are there? Is there gonna be another one?
Hit him where it hurts.
Yeah, I figured her.
The final act begins now.
I wonder if Polka is better than what's his name? Because Polka could use that new set.
Set! Reporting it, prepare! The fate judgment!
And the winner is me! Found your weakness. Hit him where it hurts. Let's make this quick.
Oh, he's dead.
Jane, time to rotate!
Jane, time to rotate. And this time I'm just gonna clap up. Dude, what is this?
My blade is already sheathed. I see it. Get it! You're done.
Takes forever to get back to this character.
The cold is silent. There's no time to waste. I swear on my blade.
But yeah, no side is Miyabi weak. So this one is ice and electric. So the first side will be Ellen Joe into Miyabi. Someone has to use Ellen, am I right? And that someone will be me.
Out of the way.
Take a break.
Good riddance.
And this character sucks ass. I was Kura thinking. Ooh.
Clear out.
Like he just backed up like that. Where are so many waves, huh?
I'm here.
I'll bite your throat out. Please. Ella, good job.
It's amazing to me. This guy actually much rather a free freaking weapon than his signature.
At your service. But I know.
Take this.
Shark Nami! You did your How about this? Troublesome. Get lost! Sweep it off me. I can also become an Asura!
Yeah, this is taking legit forever.
Good riddance.
That's why Ellen's garbage.
It's over. I see My soul is with you. The cold is silent. I swear on my blade. There's no time to lose.
Yeah.
Leave everything to me. Hit him where it hurts.
I'll do my best.
Don't it?
Alright. Where did I leave
Found
off?
your weakness. Let's make this quick. Here's a taste of the abyss. Hit him where it hurts. A beautiful shooting star! Either way. Who's the hunter and who's the prey?
I'll do my best. Keep attacking.
Now, you're the prey. Hit him where it hurts. Let's make this quick. Found your weakness.
And the winner is me!
Careful. I bite.
Alright. Come on, dude. Just die for me. Die for me.
It's over.
I see it. Tough luck. Behave yourself.
There's no time to lose.
Let our souls resting.
The cold is silent.
You asked for it.
My blade is ready.
Victory, the only option. Remember to smile.
I see it. It's over.
Is there another one? Oh, come like, wait a minute. You're dead. There can't be another one after this one. Like, I'm positive you're dead. You is dead. Dead as they can come. Alright, so who's the strongest here? Do I have to bring out Haramasa? What are these enemies? Can I even verify them? What is my deal with? It's a big boy. I do not like Haramasa, but... And what is Aramasa's best team? Let's be real here. Because I could go... Where is she? Is it this? Actually, what could be Aramasa's best team? I guess I could go like this. Haramasa really wants... Like he wants stunning. I really don't know what to do with Haramasa. Like I don't have a fire type, that's the thing. Like it resists electric. But this is definitely not a big deal. I just really hate Haramasa. But I digress. The way you play this game is that you don't try to min-max in 1.1. You try to min-max in 2.1 to be more specific. It's in 2.1 that you try to min-max. Would have been better if I just went to Lycon here and
Don't just think
Ready? Need something?
Astra here.
it will be mine.
Alright, let's cook. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Man, this game actually does need loadouts though. I just realized that my ordering is completely wrong. I was supposed to get fries with that milkshake. You're supposedly Sukaku. And then you're supposed to make sure Sukaku has some, what's it called? Freedom. Replace. Replace. Do I want to replace this? Replace. I guess replace. Replace. You're probably thinking, why are you doing all that? Well, cause this is how this game works. I'm over here min-maxing for like the easiest shit in the world. But the way Sukaku works on this team is that she's supposed to set up reactions for Miyabi.
It's over.
Wait a minute, you didn't die?
There's no time to lose. Don't get hit. My blade is already here. Time to eat. You're done. What's this? Press forward. How about this? Yeah! Restore order. An opening. They're back up. What? I see it. Purging slash. My
Power.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Gotta keep it frozen, man.
No room for mercy. Weakling. Around and around and stop! But you can't.
Okay. Not as fast as I would like, but it is something.
Make way. Target practice.
Let our souls resonate.
They won't snap, the plan won't crack.
Eliminating target. Warning. Thunder.
Ring won't snap, the plan won't crack. Clear mind. Arrows fly through. Combat isn't my thing.
Yeah. Does he get his burst back?
Ever heard the whistle of arrows in flight?
Yeah, I suck with this guy. But whatever, I can clear the hardest content. I can't do manual change, so have to make do. But yeah, once 2.1 rolls around, then I will start trying to min max. Hopefully I get 10. Oh, I do get to 12. I get to wish upon a star. Right now I'm at 100 and something. Where were we? Pulcra. Where is Pulcra? Pulcra. Where is this big titty waifu? She wants the bike. How much of the bikes do I have? I think it's 6 I have. So I guess I just farm the bikes. The number one thing you do in these type of games, you do not pull retroactively. You never go like, oh, my character's weak, let me pull a character. If you really care about being strong, you never go like, oh, my Jane is weak, let me pull a character to make my Jane even stronger. You don't do that. If you feel like your character is weak as they are currently, what you're supposed to do is say, alright, this character's weaker. I'm just going to use them until I get the brand new. You get a brand new team. Yes. Yes. Take the loss. You never try to. Recoup. Just take the hell. Always just take the L. Always just take the L. When is the Genshin live stream? That's my question. Enemy warriors, that's new. I take it. Not like it matters. Not like it fucking matters. I was seeing the blue flames in this thing. It's really cool.
I see it.
And he's dead.
Remember to smile.
Oh, what am I saying? Oh no, what is this? Dude, why did you attack, huh? I had you down as dead, huh? And then he did some stupid ass attack, huh? That turned me into a fucking liar. Man, before Miyabi and Astra, this fight used to take forever. Now look how fast I kill this mother bitch. Completely annihilate him. He doesn't even get to blink.
Press forward. I see it. Don't get hit. No call to mercy. Here to assist. Easy. There's no time to look. Victory. The only option. Yeah.
Alright. I just got some gear in case. I was trying to get what's her name earlier, Bernice, but unfortunately I did not. And now I'm like, maybe I get Vivian, but I'm like, I have so much. I want to say I have so many Ether characters, because the Ether characters I have are supports, but I'm like, do I want another support Ether? And the answer is no. The answer is freaking no. This good? Is this good? Man, that ice damage cup at that, well, ice damage bonus I got way back is just gonna haunt me forever. And now this is gonna haunt me forever. Like, why am I getting trash pieces? Just lock it. In case I decide to build DPS that somehow has enough crit rate to justify me using a crit damage piece. But we'll find that out next time on Dragon Ball Z. It's a lot of content to do. Maybe I should just skip this one. Hey, Ambi showed up. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip this one for now. And go play a little bit of other gacha games. Because I don't really have much to do in those other gacha games where it seems like I have a fuck ton to do in ZZZ.
Do you want to enter the Forgotten?
Aw, who can help us with this big guy?
Watch this.
Feeling lucky.
Take a look. This is pure genius in action.
No dirty tricks, alright?
Feeling spiffy?
Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
All in.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer? Go, go, go! Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Bust. Or maybe
Alright,
I'll
where
take
were
it
we?
all. Watch your head.
Nothing.
Don't move. Expand your thinking. Glimpse the unknown.
All in.
Riding the west wind, away we go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer? Go, go, go! Can you find the answer?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Bust. Or
Only
maybe
for
I'll take it
Sammy.
all.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
And I got another one of these. I already have one of those that work real perfectly.
No
I don't
dirty
need a
tricks.
second. What I need is a fucking
Open sesame.
goblet
Watch it crumble.
or orb that has ice damage, but
Watch your head.
probably have to re-roll the ones I have. Probably not gonna get another one of those anytime soon.
Away we go! Riding the west wind, away we go! Can you find the answer? Go, go, go! Can you find the answer?
Wuthering Waves 2.2 preview
Bust.
special program scheduled for the
Or maybe I'll take
21st.
it
Huh?
all.
They're actually doing another live stream, huh?
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Need something? If not, then I'll be leaving.
Alright, where were we? Anything? Okay. You do that. You do this. I thought I already did it, but clearly I did not. You check for something. Something crossed my path. Huh? Where? Oh, the physical orb. Maybe as nothing. Nothing at all. It is without purpose, without necessity. Just rushing on Wuwa, see if Wuwa has anything cooking. Let's see if Wuwa has anything cooking. Wait a minute, just log back into fucking HSR. Let us commit the gravest sin known to man. Alright, where were we? Oh, this game actually looks nice. This water looks nice. Like, sometimes this game looks pretty. Maybe Core actually updated the game graphics. Well, I doubt it though. How I verify whether the game graphics is updated is I go back to this area. It's taking this Jinzo. I go back to Jinzo and I take a look around. That's so I know whether or not the game's graphics actually got any adjustments. And the answer is fuck no. Jinzo looks like shit. Maybe it doesn't look so much like shit.
Can you keep up?
I remember one of the complaints was the steers. Oh yeah, the steers are still jank. Well, they're better than they were before. I can't make out their face from here. Her eyes are not here. Like Genshin, I think does Genshin give their characters anime eyes? The NPCs? Because these eyes are just not distinguishable. Now I'm curious. No, Genshin does this. Genshin just has better whatever effect to make sure the eyes are distinguished, because everything is a little blurry with the WoW characters. They really need to step up their NPC design. Not so much the NPC designs, just the overall quality of their rendering. I think that's what it's called. I'm not too familiar with this computer lingo. But whatever renders, I think it might be rendering, renders those characters to have more detailed looks from far away. I think it's something that make WoW's NPCs look like garbage. As the kids say. That's one of the kids. Always saying the weirdest or the darnest things. Man, pretty sure that was Bill Cosby's show back in the days. But at that time, we didn't know he was a rapist. And now we know. It's kind of crazy how he got away with this for so long. Especially as a black man. It's like, damn, dude. I guess in the end, it was always about the money. As long as you had the money. Wow, I got like 2 spectrals. I got 1 spectral right here, and I got another right here. So I got 2 spectrals, but on the wrong fucking set. I want to just use my thing. Nah, I'm good. I'll save up my resin. So let's get back to a regularly scheduled gacha game known as GGG.
Janice Quarter, a premier shopping destination. Discover style, adventure, and endless energy. Everything you're looking for is here.
Can't beat a hollow warning. What disaster supplies should you buy?
Don't know the escape route?
Don't panic.
The answer's here. Bang nose! Bang nose! Bang who knows?
Keep the call with your innermost desires. Advance without fear. Navigate as your heart dictates.
Let's cook it. Let's go. Something but wasn't you asked me to treat it as it. Captain Tilly, my goodness, you're finally here. My saving grace, don't tell me. Are you whispering manager? I don't understand why they help out because they don't do anything. At first, it was like, "Oh, they're gonna let me use Miyabi," and then they didn't let me use Miyabi. When she helped out, then now they're like, "Hey, Ambi's here," and then I'm not using Ambi. I am not using Ambi, so why the fuck are these characters here? And instead, I'm using Julian, Kingy, and Nicole. Like, Nicole should have came if you're gonna use someone from the Cunning Years. But yeah, this thing takes literally forever. What triggers her? Would it be crazy if ether damages? The problem is you can't even, like, a certain part of this map, like right here. Like, what is this, Hoyo? What the fuck is that? I'm like, how, I can't see what the character's fucking doing. I can't see what the motherfucking character is doing right here. Like, right here's a blind spot. And you're 6 floors. Oh my god. This is not timed, bro. 3,000 points. I don't even know if that's good. Give me the coins. Wait, is this boss dead? No. I picked the coin. It's supposed to be 6 floors. This is garbage. Dude, why are you still attacking me? That felt kind of cheap. How do you reroll? You press L3. And this, whatever. Give me all your candy. If this is the 4th floor.
Weakling.
3,000. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. I'm just buying all the 3,000 ones, not knowing whether or not they're worth it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Look at these monstrosities. Let me kill you guys. $3,000 again. Final stage, huh? Got some anarchy. Then I have to do this again, man. Like, this is actually obnoxious. I guess they want to do some things, but seriously, this much things? We so little reward? I don't know, man. Feels a bit much. Feels a bit too much, some might say. And then tomorrow is Infinite Day. What the fuck? What does that mean? It means that it's go on forever and ever and ever. So when is the Genshin livestream? When does it all go down? When does Hoyo say, hey guys, you seeing this thick cowgirl? Yeah, you want a piece of this? And I'm like, yeah, Hoyo, want a piece of that? Want a piece of that thick waifu? And maybe this dogger? There's 2 of these bad boys. How much floors are there? That guy was a little bit too much, huh? The guy was scared. Is this the final fight? No, it's not. This is actually interesting. I've never seen this makeup before of enemies. I feel like Cole, you kind of cook with this one. Kind of feels like a game. Much different type of game. The kind of game you won't tell your mother about. The next one's the final one. Yeah, to see him. A bong. Refresh. Buy some things. And that's all I could buy. Great. What is this monstrosity? What's the monster here?
Victory, the only option.
You're supposed to use GUN to fight these monsters? Huh? Hell no. I'm using my Miyabi. So I could wasabi. Like thank you. Oh. Been coming for quite a long time, must be quite so. How about letting it call it day? Sure. And that's that. Okay. Seems Ambi's only watching happy ending movies. And nothing too graphic where everything goes to shit. Good for her. Reports. Oh, I get sexy pokra.
I'll work with you until I get bored.
Oh god, look at those boobies, look at that ass, look at those titties. Look at her body. What's going on, Luca, the one and only?
Or hiring me for a job.
The man from Texas. The conch enjoyer. I want to keep whatever. Okay, kind of overdid it. I have no more books left. I want to use her though, so I might as well. I'm going to use her one day. You like what you see, Luca? Liking what you see, man? You want a piece of that? Bet you want to bite, right? Sorry, you can't have any, man. Can't have a bite of that. Sweet piece of ass. For once he speaks the truth. For once. Wait a minute, have I been lying this entire time? Have I been spreading misinformation? Have I been orchestrating fake news? Have I been proliferating untruths? Whole 12-piece combo. Well, wings are conscious? No way. Conscious? Are you serious? They serve them in combos.
Eradicate all.
I shall. Come on.
I only.
Looking for intel?
Sexy
Or hiring
poker.
me for a job?
Well, already ran out of stuff. Soccer. How do you even level up poker? You go her basics or skill and her assist. I'll save those. Maybe one day I use her.
Winner.
I could justify using her. For right now, I can't justify, man. I know she's hot and she's a cat lady, but still. I have to show restraint. I already used up all my experience books leveling her. I can't just go crazy. Especially when the Genshin livestream is going to start any minute. Well, not really any minute. Should start in an hour and a half. But yeah, there's so much to do in ZZZ that I'm pretty much occupied. Which is kind of crazy, if you ask me. I didn't expect so much content. I will not lie when I say, well, I should say, I'm not lying when I say I'm currently overwhelmed. I am currently overwhelmed. I'm terrified, Luca. I don't know if I have it in me to do all this content. But someone has to. We all can't be slackers like you, man. We all have to do our job, am I right? We all have to step up and play these shitty gacha games.
The morning air is like a soothing melody, truly unforgettable.
If I don't, who will? Nonsense, go all out for her. What? I can't. I cannot. I say nay like a horse. I cannot. I must show restraint. I must show restraint. I must do what Luca cannot do and show restraint. Alright, so now I'm gonna get garbage. So the stats are gonna be defense and anomaly proficiency. The only question now is how much. I think it rolls into anomaly and death 3 times. That's 1. That's 2. How did I know? How the hell did I know, Luca? Have my psychic abilities kicked in? No. I just had a hunch. Just a hunch. The artifact would have rolled like garbage. Versus death percent. I'm gonna keep it though. In case you know how you release that death percent character. Which they never do, but copium, as the kids say. Copium. Where were we? Yes. There was an event. An event that I had to do. Because only I could accomplish this event. Is rest and relaxation. It's time to cook. Oh, Ellen is here with her boobas and her very short skirt. My god. Like, her skirt is so much... Like, why don't I see hers? Oh, I do see hers. Interesting. I want to know anything and everything about her. Anything at all. I'm hungry. Oh, man. Where were we? 11-piece conches, man. I don't know, man. Like, conches sounds kind of gross to me. I got, oh shit, alright, now that's more my type. That's more to my liking. A cheesecake, oh god. That's delicious. Who doesn't like some cheese? Okay. Am I forced to use them? I am forced to use them. Then it's the double electric. Well, that's the more to my liking. I've been eating a lot of because the issue I have is that it's always hard to find some snack on. And the thing I've been snacking on right as of lately. Look at this jiggle physics, man. Look at this ass over here. See this jiggle? Look at the ass, like.
The boss now. No escape. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
I'm off to work. Alright, take care, man. Damn, that's how you wake up. You wake up with some conscience and a cheesecake. That's awesome.
Perfect shot. Make it fun for me.
Dude, did you just dodge my attacker?
The melody of combat. Flip the switch. Loyalty.
Yeah, man. Man, it's that conscious cheesecake and off to work. It does not fuck around, huh? Kinda woke up late. It's 6 p.m. 6 a.m. I should say. Interesting. What is a part 2 to this story, class? Alright, gotta run, man. Take care, take care. Remember, there's gonna be new coach today for Genshin. Yes, still play that. Gorgeous, beautiful game. That life-changing game, some might even say. Where were we?
I submitted my self-reflection report a while back, but the
Sometimes I
Institute
forget she's
ignored it
voiced,
until recently. I just received the response a few days ago. As I expected, no major consequences. They're letting me off easy, so we can go ahead and keep investigating Geppetto.
You just heard back from the Institute, and you're planning to break the rules again? Didn't you get into trouble precisely because of the unauthorized investigation into Geppetto?
Don't put it like that. I had to write the report due to failure to identify and report a breach in the confidential database firewall, resulting in a small-scale data leak. Oh, and also for recklessly launching an investigation that put myself and the enthusiastic independent investigation team captain in danger. I have already reflected on my mistakes. As a member of the Institute, my vigilance against sensitive information and caution in conducting hollow investigations are still lacking. Which is why, the moment I spotted another security breach, I reported it immediately.
Hearing that from you, I'm not sure I buy it. The Institute's confidential database has that many security breaches all of a sudden? Sounds kind of fishy to me.
Well, in any case, I've already compiled everything about the breach into my weekly report and submitted it. But at the end of the day, I'm just a nobody in the Institute. Who knows when the higher-ups will read footnote 17 on page 4, subsection 21 of my report.
I will, if you
Now,
wrote it.
back to the matter at hand.
That's she saw it, man.
Before I accidentally access some of the Institute's confidential files through the security breach, I stumbled across research
she's
on
yapping quite a
combat
bit.
boosters for in-hollow missions. There's a whole new line of combat boosters. Based on my preliminary observations, they are likely artificial etheric coagulum, similar to precious
Coagulum.
metals.
I have no idea what you're talking about. All this is basically mumbo jumbo to me.
Those made from the data and samples collected from rare and powerful ethereals?
That's right. However, I found that the samples and data used to create the new etheric coagulum most likely came from Geppetto.
Okay. This is basically Spanish to me right now.
Did you say that you were planning to analyze Geppetto's data?
I don't understand a single word.
No one did. I've been monitoring the outpost mission logs, but not one mentioned anything about Geppetto. In fact, the outpost has plans to demolish the aircraft hangar and logistics station outside the observation deck to facilitate observing Hollow Zero up close. The reason it hasn't happened yet is because they're still waiting on more intel about Geppetto. So, we'll have to take things into our own hands.
Wait, that's quite a sudden development.
You're my trusted independent investigation team captain, and the only one I've shared my investigation results on Geppetto with.
All right, I won't let you down on something so
Great. We can don't worry. Be it fieldwork or data analysis.
I don't see any reason not to use Miyabi. And these are all zeros. Let's cook Geppetto.
Looks like you found the replica relic I reverse engineered using the data from work.
Alright.
So this is the experimental prototype you made based on the Institute's data.
Yup. Do you remember what I told you?
Nope.
The Institute seems to have used Geppetto's data to develop a new type of etheric coagulum in their...
I remember nothing you told me.
The end product of these experiments resembles the relics of powerful ethereals, but we can't confirm if those experiments use Geppetto's samples, so I labeled them replica relics. If the Institute can make it, I can too. However, aside from the ones I left in the Hollow, other similar relics you might encounter during your exploration actually come from the Institute's Hollow Research Lab. I'm certain they function just like my replicas, so you can consider them the same thing. Unfortunately, we don't have much info on Geppetto, so I can only speculate on the effects of the etheric coagulum based on my own data. Follow-up experiments are needed to confirm finer details.
Follow-up experiments? Are you suggesting that I use the etheric coagulum during my investigations and see how it affects my performance in combat?
I apologize.
Your performance?
It might sound a little risky.
Dude, are you fighting? What's going on here?
Please, do not worry. We have studies that confirmed the relics of ethereals can affect hollow combat. My experiments simply swapped the data source to Geppetto. And I've personally tested them in the hollow to the best of my abilities. Still, it's not zero risk. If you're really concerned, forget I said anything. I can finish the remaining experiments myself.
No need to be so tense, Ray. If we're testing our theories on Geppetto, we need to find out what the Institute is hiding. Even if you didn't ask, I'd still bring them along with me in my investigations to verify their effects.
All right. Thank you for trusting me. However, I do have to warn you. Although it is very likely that the etheric coagulum will work against Geppetto, there is also a chance that it might negatively impact your hollow exploration. If you've decided to take some with you, just be careful.
Are you bored? Should I read you something? If there's nothing to do, we should practice the blade.
Don't worry, it's just a few little pests. They look cunning, but they're them with something. Don't even mention them, even the big pronounce or something. Little girl is playable, huh? Looks like a tiger. Looky like a tiger. This is an interesting place, huh?
This is the Lost Void.
We could ask you, since you did help open the bunker, we won't question your motives. Got that? Independent investigation.
So what happened? We no longer use EOS? Ever?
Either way, you better mind your own business. If you're smart and keep it to yourself, we could even help each other out the next time we cross paths. But if you can't take a hint and insist on poking your nose where it doesn't belong...
Well, you're the ones trapped in there, not me. You have no proof of identity, and you're threatening me, a law-abiding independent investigator.
Law-abiding,
Captain
dude.
Roland would like to have a word with you.
Don't make me laugh. What we're up to is way above Roland's pay grade. That thing lurking around here is only one of our targets. Anyway, please kindly butt out and get lost. Otherwise, you may end up tangled in the strings of the puppeteer. And you'll be stuck wandering here until you turn into an ethereal.
This won't hurt. It's over.
These areas pretty good. Oh yeah, cook.
Press forward.
Oh no, it's the zombies.
Purging slash.
I kind of panic. Kind of panic and went too hard too fast. I realize I'm not getting much buffs here. But it's the first time through. Maybe I get more buffs as we go.
The ethereals here haven't changed. Their attacks are well organized. Clearly, they're still under Geppetto's command. How are things on your end? Did you encounter anything unusual?
Yeah, these mercenaries.
By unusual, I did encounter some annoying and incompetent mercenaries and a broken extraction tower.
Mercenaries. And an extraction tower. Oh, that's right.
I was forced into combat and had to fix a broken extraction tower.
Forced into combat. So easy fighting.
Is it?
I need some.
Sorry. Let me explain. After going through the Institute's data on replica relics, I suspect that they've known about Geppetto all along and collected loads of data from it. But neither the Institute nor the military has tried to take down Geppetto. On the contrary, they're letting the Ethereals roam the Lost Void under its control. So they must think Geppetto's well supervised, and don't see a reason for drastic measures. Those mercenaries you ran into were probably hired by the Institute to check on Geppetto regularly.
So why did they attack me?
But when I ran into them, they didn't seem like they came in prepared. They looked completely defeated and worn out.
That's because the situation with Geppetto has exceeded their expectations. Like you said, the etheric extraction tower was destroyed. Whether by sabotage or not, the ether currents clearly affected Geppetto and the ethereals it controls. Geppetto and its subordinate ethereals lost control and launched an unprecedented attack that overwhelmed the mercenaries. Their planned routes and tactics have all failed. They had to take shelter in the bunker and got stuck until you found them.
So Geppetto has always been under the Institute's watch, which means the replica relics should work against it, right? I guess that's good news for us.
We can't say for sure yet. For now, the Dark Wall is on the back burner. Our top priority is Geppetto. It was already strong, let alone a Geppetto that's gone berserk. One thing is for sure. You can count on the etheric coagulum, whether it came from me or leaked from the Institute's lab. After collecting enough replica relics, I can already predict Geppetto's movements through the changes in ETH. Let's keep tracking it.
So where does EOS come from? Okay. I didn't want that. I would have much rather. I don't know. Look at this dude. Look at his body, man. Those abs. Good lord. Does this work? Let's have to check it. You really get to, well, then again, I guess you could go into the VR setting to see these guys. Guy has a tiger print. The helmets they wear, I guess this is Hoyo's way of trying not to humanize them. By having them all wear helmets. So it's easier to kill them, I don't know. The fuck is this? Who dare attack me on my holiday?
I'm unstoppable. My blade is already sheathed.
Oh, these cost 0. I can't re-roll though. I know these are helpful. Whatever. Oh, these all cost 0. But I wish I was able to re-roll, or I don't know, get something.
No room for mercy.
Alright, let's cook Geppetto. It's time to cook. I will say, for one, very pretty. Some might say a little bit too pretty.
Victory, the only option.
Oh no, he's coming back. Huh? What is this, man? This is some Crimson Moon shit. Is Alex Chino gonna show up?
Geppetto is leaving. We...
Sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you what happens next is none of...
Oh, you're still here? I thought you'd be off getting permission to access the bunker.
Is that the military bunker? Shall I get in touch with Captain Roland for...
You?
That's enough. Let me speak with them.
Understand.
I didn't know you had backup to swap in mid-conversation. Sorry, but...
Please be patient. Apologies for our previous discourse. We only recently learned that, in any case, as an exceptional independent investigator, you have the right to know more about the situation. Please trust in our goodwill. As long as you don't push further into Hollow Zero, we can provide you with all the information you want. Plus more useful tools. Furthermore, as a token of our apology and respect, we will...
Yeah, this game is actually quite interesting. Very pretty.
Before you leave Japan...
And what information is that?
I hate when they do that though. When you have one option to pick it and then you have to pick it though.
But rather something created by people.
By people?
Who are you? And what exactly do you mean?
We'll leave it at that. If
Are they Honkais? Let's say they're Honkais, huh? So we can move on with our lives.
And one more thing. I've received your weekly report, Miss Ray. A poor QA engineer has been distressed about your hypervigilance on the Institute's data security. So, based on his suggestion, and in light of your contributions investigating Geppetto, you have been granted extended clearance. You don't need to trouble your bamboo to write reports anymore.
Do I have any idea what is going on? No. No, I do not. Does it seem to matter? No, it doesn't. So you know what? Let me cook. But yeah, this game has a lot of content. A little bit too much content. I'm a little concerned how much content this game has. Some might even say terrified. Perplexed.
Thanks to you, the Institute gave me access to the files that were classified. In a hidden directory, I saw another familiar name along with Geppetto.
Pinocchio?
Who, by the way, is now back under the Institute's watch after you defeated it.
Let me guess.
That's correct. As expected of my most trusted independent investigation team.
What? I'm not even... I'm not trained for this. I'm just some random guy you found her.
Mystery superior for you to connect the dots. Powerful corrupted entities create... At least we've got more time now to unravel these mysteries.
It doesn't seem like it's a mystery. The other person clearly knows what's going on.
And
Of course. Feel free to...
right, I think I mentioned before that our outpost is planned following the Geppetto going berserk incident. The outpost has finally started demolishing its hangar and logistics station. They should be removing the last bit of the metal frames right about now.
What's going on?
If you're interested, you can head to the observation deck to check out the view now. No matter how many times I see it, the fractured land in front of Hollow Zero.
The logistics station is still right here. Oh. I knew she was a tiger. Now I have level 6. Let's see, it's gonna take forever. That seems like it will be taking forever.
Eradicate all evil.
Maybe I should buy more of those things. I don't know.
Number 0, Ambi.
Number 0, Ambi. Where were we last time with Dragon Ball Z? I have 5 of these bad boys. Maybe I should start buying them, I don't know. Or buy them retroactively. Anyway, Ashikai came up with a new thing that basically explained a lot of bullshit that I didn't really comprehend during the
Luckily for us, the stadium is also where the Pyro Archon is, and maybe you've forgotten this at this point because it has been years, but the whole reason the Traveler is wandering around Tibet is so that they can talk to every Archon and see if they know something about the unknown god that took their sibling. Yes, that is still a thing. Anyway, as we're leaving, we pass by the Pyro Archon statue of 7, which means it's time to resonate with the statue and get some new elemental abilities. Only this time, we're unable to resonate with the statue, and we're not exactly sure why. So no new Pyro abilities for now, although we can automatically wield Phlogiston, which is apparently the source of all elemental power and something only dragons and people from Natlan can use, so more on that later. At the stadium, we get to meet Kachina's friends, Mualani, who belongs to the people of the Springs tribe, but there is, of course, another pylon on the other side of the settlement.
It's so
and
weird
no
because she's using Persona 5 music in the background, and it makes it sound so weird.
coming, Atea apparently took on that pylon herself, and while she did destroy it, it also came at a great cost to her. The abyssal power within the pylon into their own body, with no negative consequences, which isn't suspicious at all. Obviously, I'm just kidding. It's very suspicious, and I wrote a whole theory about it if you want to hear my thoughts on it. And I highly recommend you do go check that out, because this so-called purifying power's true nature is never addressed or explored in the Archon quest at all. Anyway, this extraction resurrection to bring Kachina back. Now, I touched on this a little bit earlier when I was talking about people's faith in the pilgrimage and the Sacred Flame's ability to protect Natlan because within a time limit. And of course, things get more complicated when Kabi you can climb on them, Natlan, and reunite the scattered tribes. This would allow the scene at the end of the Golden help them to locate souls as part of the Ode of Resurrection's whole function. And if those pillars become corrupted, they cannot be used to locate souls. If that's not how it works, then I have no explanation. Have a physical form, or at least are contained within something that has a physical form, since they are, in fact, the roots of Irminsul. And we do see those roots in places. You can touch them, you can climb on them, they're there. I mean, here's an example of them in Inazuma. The reason I wanted to clarify this is because we are actually physically in the Night Kingdom. We're not astral projecting or anything like that. But that also means that Kachina down here is also physically within the Night Kingdom. It's not just her soul, because if it was just her soul, we would see her look very different. Like when we see dead people down here, they take a very ghostly form. Kachina has her real body, which means when she died in the Night Warden War, her whole body went down into the Night Kingdom. Now, I'm sorry for the tangent, but when we fight things in this game and they die, they usually sort of disappear into some kind of stardust, some sort of abyss-looking stardust. Like the whole physical form just sort of evaporates, and most will write that off as a game mechanic, and I am happy to as well, but the fact that Kachina's whole body is in the realm of the dead, and this is what it looks like when things die in Teyvat, makes me wonder if dying in Teyvat makes your whole body disintegrate into some sort of dust and then recombine down in the Ley Lines or the Night Kingdom. And then you get sort of broken down over time until you become a ghost. If that's not how it works, then I have no explanation for why Kachina is still whole when we get down here. It is never explained in the Archon quest or anywhere else for that matter. Anyway, sorry, tangent, but I had to get that out of my system because it still feels important somehow. Maybe it'll come up later. But for now, we really need to find Kachina because again, we're on a time limit. And lucky for us, we actually have a tour guide down here. It's Vichama's friend, Malko. Malko leads us straight to Kachina, who really wants to save the Abyss-corrupted Wayab because that's what's breaking the Ode of Resurrection. Malko then explains that the Wayab basically have a whole network of obsidian pillars scattered around the Night Kingdom, and those help them to locate souls as part of the Ode of Resurrection's whole function. And if those pillars become corrupted, they cannot be used to locate souls. Again, think of it as like having a series of hoses and someone kinked one of the hoses, so now the water can't flow through. So we hunt down the infected pillar, beat up the Abyss Lector that was stalking Kachina, and that is apparently enough for Mualani to connect to her ancient name's true history and inherit all of the memories of its previous bearers. Which is also part of a big old plan that Mawika has cooked up that we're going to circle back to in a minute. We still need to purify this Wayab, and I want you to pay very close attention to what's happening here. Chaska, Ion-san, Kachina, and Mualani are all pushing elemental energy towards the Wayab, which should push the Abyss out of the pillar, but the Traveler's energy is moving in the opposite direction. They're sucking the Abyss in. More evidence for Traveler, the Abyss Eater. But the Abyss did not like that at all, and a big old wave of abyssal energy tries to swallow everybody whole in a chase sequence that really feels like that one scene at the end of the Golden Slumber quest. And just when all hope of escape seems lost, Mawika opens up a brand new escape path with just her mind.
But it's not really her.
Cinematic possible. As far as I can tell, Mawika basically burned all of the mementos in her treasure room so that she could forcibly open the gate between the Sacred Flame and the Night Kingdom in order to get everybody out at the same time. And it just looks like that for some reason. Okay, now let's talk about Mawika's plan to save Natlan, because even though things look okay on the surface, Natlan is still in pretty rough shape. As I've mentioned multiple times throughout this video, Natlan's ley lines were always very fragile, which is why the rules of the pilgrimage and the Ode were set up in the first place. However, that happened thousands of years ago, and 500 years ago, the Conrian Cataclysm took things that were already bad and made them a whole lot worse. That cataclysm destroyed morale, nearly severed all connections with the Wayab, and the Sacred Flame nearly died out entirely. Now, Mawika was actually the Archon of that time period 500 years ago. She was the one who rekindled the light of hope in the people of Natlan and gave the surviving heroes and the next Pyro Archon special instructions. Over the next couple hundred years, they were supposed to rebuild Natlan and reunite the scattered tribes. This would allow the Wayab to regain their strength, and once they were fully recovered, each Wayab would select a hero and grant them a special ancient name that contained the memories and accomplishments of past heroes. These chosen heroes would then leverage the power of memories that were stored within their ancient names and use them to help the Pyro Archon eliminate the Abyss for good, and this process would take about 500 years. Mualani is one such hero, so what we saw with her encountering one of the past name bearers in the Night Kingdom was exactly that. She was inheriting all of the stories of her ancient name. And to ensure this plan actually came to fruition, Mawika chose to die before her time so she could have the chance to wake up 500 years in the future. You know, so she could witness it. Now,
So what
this
happened to the
incident
previous
is
Pyre
very
Archon, though?
poorly explained in game, and even I don't know if I'm interpreting this correctly, but what we do know is that she went into the Sacred Flame 500 years ago and then popped out of it 500 years later, so she could make sure her plan was being properly executed. Problem was, her plan wasn't actually going according to plan. The recovery of the Wyab was not proceeding at the intended pace, and several heroes still had yet to be awakened, and time was running out. Now, technically, Mahuika could just tell those unawakened heroes about their potential roles in her plan, but apparently that also comes with the risk of them not properly awakening in time, so this whole situation was pretty stressful all the way around. And at this point in the story, we still have 2 heroes to awaken, and we also need to try and forge an ancient name for the Traveler because they are super Abyss resistant, and that feature would be really, really helpful in the battle against the Abyss. And it would be even better if we had the ability to revive the Traveler if they died with the Ode of Resurrection, but they need an ancient name for that. And there are even more problems with this because no one's ever actually made an ancient name for an Outlander before, and Mahuika isn't even sure it's possible. But we've got nothing better to do, so I guess we're gonna go meet up with the best ancient name forger around. Her name is Shilonen. Shilonen is not happy about the prospect of forging an ancient name for an Outlander, not because she doesn't want to help, but because it is basically impossible. As mentioned earlier, an ancient name is like a book containing all of the recorded memories of the ones who inherit it, but what I didn't mention is that the record only applies in Natlan. In other words, anything someone does outside of Natlan is not recorded by Natlan's ley lines and thus generates no material from which an ancient name can be forged. Similarly, if an Outlander achieves some kind of great accomplishment within Natlan's borders, because they are not Natlanese, their deeds are also not recorded. And even if neither of those things were the case, the Traveler is a descender and isn't recorded by the ley lines anyway. So there's just no material that Shilonen can use to forge an ancient name, which means we need to make some. The going theory is that if we get acknowledged by the Wyab, then the Wyab will record our heroic deeds that can then be recorded in the Night Kingdom. And that should work, except no one's ever really tried to get acknowledgement from the Wyab for something like this before, so we might need the help of a Wyab expert. Enter Seat Lali, the unaging shaman from the Master of the Night Winds with hundreds of years of experience dealing with the Night Kingdom. She was also the one who made the Spirit Seeker Stone from earlier. Now Seat Lali clarifies that acknowledgement from a Wyab is not sufficient for the task at hand, and that they'd better just go straight to the Lord of the Night instead. She is the boss of the Night Kingdom after all, but the Lord of the Night is in sleep mode, trying to conserve energy to stabilize the Night Kingdom, so we can only reach her within a trance, which requires a ritual and some very unique supplies. So while Shilonen is off collecting the necessary ingredients, Seat Lali and the Traveler decide to investigate the Fatui because the one who helped the captain escape just so happens to be Seat Lali's grandson, Ororon, and she's kind of worried he's being coerced by some bad people. And you know what? Fair enough. My grandma would do the same thing. Now, the Traveler and Seat Lali get separated while looking for Ororon, and Ororon then takes the opportunity to pull the Traveler's consciousness into the Night Kingdom so that they can have a private chat with the captain. Well, it's more like the captain just wanted to issue the Traveler a private invitation to chat about his doubts regarding Mahuika's plan to save Natlan, but semantics. Back in the physical world, we finally managed to find Ororon at a Fatui camp, and he confesses to everything, explaining that he only helped them because he didn't want Seat Lali to be targeted by them instead. So he gets arrested by the Natlan officials and then later released thanks to Seat Lali vouching for him, and then he meets up with the Traveler later for a proper meeting with the captain. Feels like a lot of running around for nothing, but okay. I guess we should hear the captain talk about how he thinks Mahuika's plan is just too risky. After all, there is no guarantee that the final 2 heroes she needs will actually appear, nor can she promise that the 6 heroes will be enough to eradicate the Abyss. And if she fails, not just Natlan, but the entire world could suffer the consequences. He also says that she does actually have a backup plan, but the price to execute it is so high that he worries that if she does need to use it, she may hesitate for too long and then there just won't be enough time and everything's doomed anyway. Now, the backup plan of hers involves the Gnosis, which is partly why the captain challenged her to a fight for it earlier. Apparently, the Gnosis has the ability to drain all of the souls from the Night Kingdom and then weave them into a giant net around the ley lines. This net would then function like a protective barrier that would keep the Abyss out of the ley lines and to that. Now, this sounds great on paper, but draining all the souls also means losing all of Natlan's memories, and thus its history, which in itself is a type of death, which is no bueno. Plus, the soul net barrier can still be corroded over time, so at best, this backup plan is just a very, very expensive way to buy more time to find a better solution. But the captain seems to have another plan, but before he can share it, Seat Lali shows up and he has to make a strategic exit. Ororon runs away too. See, Lolly turns to alcohol, then tells us about Auroron's past, something I would usually skip over in a recap, but it's relevant for something else, so here we go. See, Lolly says that Auroron was abandoned near the tribe as a baby because he was born with an incomplete soul. Now, those born with incomplete souls are seen as bad omens because they attract wandering spirits, which cause illness and misfortune. This is partly because the souls are supposed to be in the Night Kingdom, so if they're in the physical realm, then they're not where they're supposed to be, and that causes problems. Now, you can send the lost souls back to the Night Kingdom, but the process is a little bit tricky and also very tedious because you can only do it one at a time. Now, the Masters of the Night Wind saw an opportunity to use baby Auroron as a vessel that they could then fill with countless lost wandering souls. Then they would offer him up in a sacrificial death, which would return all of the souls within him to the Night Kingdom, which in turn would strengthen the ley lines.
Damn,
This
that sounds
ritual
fucked up, huh?
obviously failed because Auroron is here, he survived and grew up, but the whole thing did leave him feeling like he sort of failed his tribe and failed Natlan because he wasn't able to fulfill the purpose that he would have been really good at, which was becoming a vessel for all these lost souls that would then be used to repair and strengthen the ley lines. So see, Lolly thinks that the captain may have promised Auroron some way of fulfilling that purpose all over again. But in truth, Auroron instead appears to have some sort of kindred with the captain. So they may just share a similar perspective. Cause see, the captain is also a vessel for souls. Now, you don't really learn this until Act 5, but the captain was once upon a time a normal Conrian soldier by the name of Thrain. Thrain possessed a kind of mechanical heart that was modified by Conrian technology that allowed him to convert memories and souls from the ley lines into knowledge that he could use. This also granted him the ability to perceive souls, much like Auroron, but after encountering countless lost souls during and after the Cataclysm, he decided to forego his modified heart's ability to leverage knowledge and use it instead as a vessel to carry souls instead. So yeah, Captain Thrain became a vessel for souls, same as Auroron. And this is likely the reason for his hasty retreat from the fight with Mahuika. She had wounded him just above his heart, and he was likely trying to prevent her from damaging his soul receptacle. Now, because he's a container of souls, he's also picked up some nifty soul-related tricks like soul ferrying, a method of sending souls back to the Night Kingdom. I talked about that a little bit earlier. Auroron claims that this skill is unique to the Masters of the Night Wind, which isn't totally true as far as I know, because King Deshret had his own soul ferry, and I'm pretty sure Hu Tao and Venti ferry souls as well. Their methodology may differ a little bit, and so it's possible that the captain just learned this particular method of soul ferrying from the Masters of the Night Wind because he spent a lot of time in Natlan during and after the Conrian Cataclysm, which is also why he's particularly fond of Natlan despite being from Conria. That and Natlan has one really unique property that we'll talk about later that is very, very important to the captain. But there's nothing we can really do about Auroron and the captain for now, because while we were preoccupied, the Abyss got busy attacking several tribes. So it's probably about time we got back to business and relay everything that we learned to Mahuika and see what we can do about forging an ancient name for ourselves. But when we do get back, it turns out that we weren't the only ones who were trying to figure out what the Fatui were up to. Tosca also spent some time tracking them down and learned that they had been trying to recover dragon relics, known as the secret source mechanisms. As luck would have it, these are crucial for the captain's plan to save Natlan, and that plan is to completely reconstruct the ley lines, just like the Lord of the Night did thousands of years ago. Paimon seems to think that this might be like the Abyss Order's plan to weave brand new ley lines using the Loom of Fate, and she's kind of right. I mean, both plans have similar characteristics, but the Loom of Fate is all about making new ley lines, whereas the captain wishes to seize control of existing ley lines by usurping the throne of the Lord of the Night. So they're a little different, but there is some overlap. Now, the Gnosis would have helped him with this endeavor, but he did fail to retrieve it. So, backup plan. He tracked down 3 scholars who found an alternate method, and that involves using this secret source mechanism. Now, fun fact, the names of these scholars are a callback to our ABC named buddies that we met in Similanka. I just thought that was kind of neat. Also, if you want a deeper explanation about the relationship between what the captain is trying to do and the Abyss Order's Loom of Fate operation, I've made a whole video about it already, so I'll leave a link in the description for you. But okay, the captain's not completely trustworthy yet. I mean, he is still a Fatui Harbinger, so we've got to report everything we've learned to Mahuika. And Mahuika does not agree with the captain. She says that reconstructing the ley lines has a similar cost to using the Gnosis in order to make that whole soul net that protects the ley lines. All of the souls and memories within the Night Kingdom would be sacrificed in both cases. We have to put a stop to the captain's plan so that this doesn't happen, even if we have to destroy the secret source mechanism in the process. And we do manage to chase him down, but we're they're a little too late. The captain has activated the mechanism, thinking that it will start the reconstruction process, but all he gets instead is a scream. The scream rattles all the souls within the general vicinity, and Auroron, with his fragmented soul, takes some serious damage and almost gets possessed by the ghost of Guthrid, the captain's former second-in-command. It takes a lot of effort and some assistance from the captain, but Auroron manages to compose himself, and in doing so, connects with his ancient name and becomes the 5th hero needed for Mahuika's plan. That's 5 heroes down and only 1 more to go. Then the Lord of the Night reveals that activating the device is what woke her up, and that's why she screamed. The captain is a bit confused. Why did activating the mechanism awaken the Lord of the Night instead of beginning the reconstruction of the ley lines like he expected? The Lord of the Night then explains that this secret source mechanism was actually a device made by the original dragons that ruled over Tevat. During their cataclysmic battle with the first Descender, you know, the one who's heading up Celestia right now, the ley lines were very badly damaged, so the dragons tried to use this device to reinforce them. But it was too imprecise on its own, so the Lord of the Night sacrificed herself to become the device's pilot, and she used this device to reconstruct the ley lines. And she can do it again, if Mahuika wishes it. But Mahuika doesn't want that to happen because resetting the ley lines comes at the cost of Natlan's memories and history, which is no
Yeah, I really skipped over a lot of this
or
stuff.
just using the Gnosis. But the captain argues that with the time purchased with those memories that they've sacrificed, a new civilization would be able to flourish, and he believes in the power of humanity itself and that the future generation will be able to find a new way to conquer the abyss. So he thinks the risk is worth the potential reward. While Mahuika and the captain have completely opposite ideas of what is best to do for the nation, they are able to reach a compromise. The
Damn.
captain agrees to allow
I ain't gonna
Mahuika
lie,
to
give
try her
Ashika
plan
credit.
first,
She
but
really
if she fails, he will be the one to enact
is
the backup
making me
plan of
appreciate the
reconstructing
story a lot more.
Setting the ley lines, and he will take the Lord of the Night's place.
Because I really skimmed over a
Now,
lot
we
of this
do have
stuff.
the opportunity to have a Q&A session with the Lord of the Night. If she fails, he will be the one to enact the backup plan of If she fails, he believes in the power of humanity itself and that the future generation will be able to find a new way to conquer the abyss. So he thinks the risk is worth the potential reward. While Mahuika and the captain have completely opposite ideas of what is best to do for the nation, they are able to reach a compromise. The captain agrees to allow Mahuika to try her plan first, but if she fails, he will be the one to enact the backup plan of reconstructing or resetting the ley lines, and he will take the Lord of the Night's place in that process. Now, we do have the opportunity to have a Q&A session with the Lord of the Night at this point, but let's save this Q&A stuff for when we're done with the recap because it's not really relevant to the plot except for one little bit. You can ask the Lord of the Night about your ancient name. The Lord of the Night basically just says that she's going to reach out to Shalonen in a dream to give her instructions, and it's not really that important, but you know, it's relevant. It tells us how Shalonen gets to know stuff, and also why she shows up with Silali the next day to discuss the particulars of forging an ancient name for an Outlander. The Lord of the Night told her what to do. Now, I feel the need to clarify one more thing. Forging an ancient name consumes some of the forger's life force, so it's understandable that forging an ancient name for an Outlander would consume much more of the forger's life force, and no one is quite sure just how much more it will consume because it's never been done before. That's why when Shalonen says that she's willing to give up her life for Natlan's future, she's just saying that she is fully committed to paying the price. It doesn't really mean that she's gonna die or that she was supposed to die here. I know a lot of people thought that was gonna be the case, but like, we can't forget that Shalonen is actually one of the 6 heroes, and if she dies, this whole plan is shot. Forging a name for the Traveler wouldn't even be worth it at that point. So yeah, I blame weird localization choices for this confusion. Anyway, the Lord of the Night gives us the Pilgrim's Chronicle, which will then record all of the Traveler's accomplishments in Natlan and allow for the forging of an ancient name. But before we can do anything, shit hits the fan. The Abyss starts leaking out from the Night Kingdom, and warriors from every tribe have to be dispatched to destroy the abyssal pylons that have spawned on the surface. The Traveler assists the best they can, but no matter how strong they may be, they are still just a single person. They can't help everyone. And as night falls, the situation gets much worse. Back at the stadium, the sacred flame begins to dim, and a huge abyssal mass shoots up into the sky. This mass is Gosoithoth, the heart and reaper of the abyss. It summons countless more abyssal pylons, which in turn summon monsters and abyssal mimics, overwhelming Natlan's defenses even with the Fatui's assistance. Mahuika immediately uses the power of the Gnosis to reignite the sacred flame, pushing back some of the Abyss's forces, but things are still not looking good. Gosoithoth manages to summon these root-like tumors that are completely invulnerable to attacks even from vision wielders, and they can summon abyssal pylons which summon even more monsters, and anyway, it's just an absolute mess. And amidst the chaos, we find Chaska and Koichi fighting off some monsters, and Koichi doesn't make it. Not even the Traveler's abyssal purification powers can help her.
So
Koichi's
for
death
Zero,
hits Chaska so hard that she awakens as the 6th and final hero. And that means it's finally time to put Mahuika's plan into action. The 6 heroes gather at the stadium and summon the power of their respective ancient names in order to invoke the Ode of Resurrection Mega Mode! Well, what she actually did was declare a nationwide Night Warden War, with like thousands of participants. And you remember the rules of the Night Warden War, right? If the Night Warden Warriors obtain victory by having even one member of their team survive, the rest can be resurrected by the Ode without cost. And because this is the enhanced version of the Ode of Resurrection, this also applies to people who don't have ancient names. So basically, Mahuika has declared that every single person in Natlan is now one
hey, what's
big
going on,
Night Warden
Federal?
team,
I'm
so
just
as long
catching
as
up on the
even one
Genshin lore.
person remains alive, she will immediately revive them. Limited time offer, conditions apply, see Celestia for details. Renova will come to collect her debt. But now it's time for a good old counterattack, and Mahuika finally gets a chance to show off the full might of the Pyro Archon and obliterates the Abyssal Tumors with an aerial support. And once the tides of battle shift in their favor, she gathers up all the power she can muster from the Pyro Dragon's divine throne and punches the Abyss in the face. If you can even call that a face. But she does punch so hard that the punch keeps going and eventually crashes into the firmament, causing it to glitch out and reveal the shattered remains of a moon against a dark, unfamiliar sky on the other side. Maybe we don't think about that for right now. Actually, we're not going to think about that for the rest of the quest. We'll just have to revisit it another time. For now, at least, the war is finally over.
Boobies.
Well, sort of. We still have some unfinished business to take care of. After all, we haven't even forged the Traveler's ancient name yet. This technically wasn't even the final battle. It was just one to force the Abyss out of Natlan on the surface level and back into the Night Kingdom so that we can purge the Abyss from the Night Kingdom. Ay, ay, ay. We'll have to head back to the Night Kingdom and stomp out the heart of the Abyss eventually, but we do have some time to rest, recoup, and help out around some of the local tribes with Ian-san.
Just catch up on the story, because I pretty much skimmed the story.
And quite a few people are suffering
Now
severe
I'm basically
hallucinations as a result
gathering
of
all the
abyssal
details
corruption.
through
These
Ashikai.
hallucinations prey on people's pre-existing fears and anxiety, so helping them isn't quite as simple as purifying the abyssal energy within their bodies. We also have to calm the fears within their minds. This condition is called abyssal corrosion syndrome, or at least that's what the captain calls it. He also says it varies in severity, with the milder cases resulting in hallucinations that can be treated normally, while more severe cases cause hallucinations that can only be treated with special medicine called the Draught of Lucidity, which was developed by the captain's second-in-command, Guthrid. You know, the guy who tried to possess Auroron. The draught not only works on humans, it also works on Saurians, something that we're going to get to witness firsthand in the next act as Kachina's Tepetlosaur companion, Io, is found suffering from abyssal corrosion syndrome as well. After treating one of the warriors, Capitano reveals his past ties to Natlan, how he and his soldiers fought to protect the land from the Abyss, and how the ruler of death, Renova, is the source of all his suffering. Renova can literally define the form death takes, and also deny death to whoever she wants, thereby effectively making them immortal. In fact, she is the one who cursed the Conrians with the curse of immortality, just by denying them death. The captain expresses his desire to break her rules and change his own fate.
Is your attention span so really so low that you can't focus on the story? There's a lot of nuanced things that I ignored, like basically Capitano's plan, the details, the finer details. Like, frankly, I want to say that I basically I just knew the grand plan, but I didn't really go into the finer details. I guess that's the only way I can summarize as to what I'm beginning to appreciate from this lore review, or the story review.
Ian-san returns to let us know that Shilonen has finished her preparations for forging the Traveler's ancient name. She just needs a few more stories and anecdotes from the people we've met so far, including Paimon, and once she has that, she's gonna get right to work. Later that night, the Traveler is pulled into the Night Kingdom while dreaming. While there, they discover a light
My
barrier
mic's
that
not
they
fine,
can
right?
pass through, but the lost souls on the other side can't. This barrier represents the extent of the Lord of the Night's protection. No souls may enter, and no souls may leave. Actually, this barrier likely plays a role in why the people of Natlan can't leave Natlan, and it also might be what the game means when they describe the Night Kingdom as being cut off from the rest of the ley lines. It's not that they're disconnected exactly, it's just that there's a blockade of the Lord of the
Alright,
Night's
that's
power
good to hear.
blocking the flow of souls and information. Now, this Night Kingdom visitation is in a dream, so while we do see the captain and the ghost of Guthred here, they do not see the traveler. Now, one of the biggest mysteries surrounding the captain has to do with the reason why he is so fixated on helping Natlan specifically. Yes, he was a soldier that tried to protect Natlan hundreds of years ago and thus feels a sort of responsibility and affection for it, but that is definitely not his only motivation. Both Mahuika and Ororon agree on this point later that day during a pre-Abyss battle party. They also point out that Guthred's soul should not have survived for this long outside of the ley lines, so he must have been carried by the captain somehow. And we already know what that somehow is. It's his modified heart that he's been using as a vessel for lost souls. And we're definitely going to come back to the captain, but for now, the traveler needs to go pick up their ancient name from Shalonen. And that name is Tumaini, which means
From Kenya.
Citlali describes the name as a light that guides us through the darkness, similar to the stars.
It means hope in Kenyan.
There's just one last thing we have to do for this whole ancient name thing.
So some people try to say Natlan has no ties to Africa, but the traveler's name Tamani only comes from one country.
And if it doesn't work, then it's
and it means the same thing, hope.
Citlali is still concerned that it might be useless anyway, because the Ode of Resurrection only works if your whole team wins. And right now, the plan to go down to the Night Kingdom and to fight the Heart of the Abyss only involves a team consisting of the Traveler and Mahuika is fated to die. So, yeah. Anyway, the test succeeds in confirming a strong connection to the Night Kingdom, but the ritual also attracts a lot of lost souls. This is apparently a side effect of the Night Kingdom growing weaker over time. The souls that are supposed to return to the Night Kingdom are unable to make the trip and need to be sent there one at a time. And as we saw with Guthred, souls tend to erode over time, and those that are too deteriorated can't make the trip and then wither away into nothingness, unable to ever be reborn. And as it stands, the Night Kingdom is in such terrible shape, it's struggling to receive any new souls, including Saurian souls. So we're fighting for the future of the living and the dead. Just, no pressure. But okay, the ancient name is in hand and functional, so it's time to head to the Abyss and meet a lot of familiar faces, some living, some dead, and some, like Guthred, are kind of neither living or dead.
Memory.
Look, I know I called Guthred a soul and a ghost earlier, but technically speaking, he's like a spiritual reconstruction of how Natlan remembers Guthred. But he's not actually the original Guthred. Guthred was remembered as a virtuous hero, and so this fictional reconstruction has those traits. But the real Guthred was actually measured and kind of cruel, and it's never actually been confirmed, but it seems like all these so-called souls that the captain carries may actually be fictional recreations of his comrades, which would then make sense, seeing as the device he was carrying them in was supposed to hold knowledge. Memory and knowledge are pretty similar after all. But I don't really know if that doesn't make them souls. But I think the philosophical discussion about what makes a soul into that should
save that for another time.
For another time. I just wanted to clear that up in a way that probably didn't clear anything up at all. So, with the help of the souls of the people who we've met in life and death during our time in Natlan, we finally reached the location where Gosoithoth has been hiding. And this thing is not playing around. It uses the voices of the previous Pyro Archons that it stole from the ley lines to spew words of hopelessness and fear, assuming...
Like, what also I didn't realize that she highlighted was the idea that what is going on with the Abyss is that all the things that we see are recreations. The Abyss recreates. And that really opened my eyes as to what all the Abyss attacks are and why do they do what they do. Because when you fight the dragon says a lot of stuff using the voices of previous Archons. And I was just like, why is he doing that? Like, why is it a feature? Like, I get it, it's not the Archons themselves, but why is it able to copy their voices and stuff? And then I realized it's not the only thing that copies. The other thing that copies is that boss we meet and that we have to use to level up Chaska. It also copies. It's called the Paplia. It has the freaking Night Soul Shield. It copies other monsters. The boss is your face throughout Genshin. And that was when I realized, oh, what the Abyss does is just copies. Like, Ashikai brought it up and I was like, wait a minute, you're right, all these time we've been seeing the Abyss take the shape of things that we've seen in Natlan, or we've seen in our journeys through Teyvat, and I'm just like, okay. Because the Abyss in this game, because what she was highlighting was when Milani said how the scene like the Abyss had thought, when in actual it didn't have thought. Because this is basically like a mini Irminsul. It's absorbing knowledge from the Natlan, the Night Kingdom, and the way it expresses that, it transforms into monsters that the Night Kingdom remembers, or what Teyvat, the Irminsul, remembers. It's an Abyss creation. It remembers the... And it's the same way for the weekly boss, but the weekly boss, instead of bringing up monsters, it brings up the memories of, or the voices of previous Pyro Archons. And then throughout the Archon quest story, you fought a lot of Dark Shadows type things that were mimicking. And even then, over like this thing, these are all the voices of
Letting brave names echo. Burn it down. No more
oh shit, my HP. But yeah, it's supposed to talk. But anyway, you catch my drift. The point of the matter is, I really think Hoyo cooked with the story, and I wasn't able to appreciate it because I'm just skimming. I'm not really hyper focused on what is going on. At best, I'm just skimming. But yeah, I'm one achievement away from doing all the achievements that are reasonable to do in Genshin Impact. Because the other achievements I could do is like fish for like 800 times. And what else is it? Fish for 800 times and... oh yeah, I did the ley lines for another 1,000 times. So I'm not doing those. I'm not fishing, and I'm not doing the ley lines to farm Mora and talent books for no reason. So I'm kind of just gonna say it is what it is. And how much do I have? I have 150. The max is 154. So there are 4 achievements that I find to be unreasonable, that I will never get it. Which is this one. I'm supposed to do the ley lines another 270 times. That's insane. There's also a fishing one that I'm never gonna do. And then this one I could do this twice, so that's 2 achievements. So you have to, I think you have to do this for 800 times, fish 800 times, because this gets you the first one, and then there's supposed to be another achievement after this one that gives you 10 gems. So that's 500 times you have to fish. And what else? So that's 3. So like, isn't it 154? There's somebody, I think it's 154 then. Ask me about my achievements. 135. That guy's a lightweight. This person is 1455. So there's 2 achievements I'm missing. I only see 4. So maybe I'm missing something from here. Because I'm clearly missing something from me. That's 1. That is 1. This should be 2. That's 3. I know I'm missing the other one, which is 4. Guess we'll, I don't know. Maybe there's a new one that appeared in this patch.
pretty successful trip. But the Gnosis did find its way into the Fatui's hands, so I guess we'll just leave Fontaine in Nouvelette's capable hands and make our way to Natlan. Now at this point in the story, the only thing we really know about Natlan is that they have fighting tournaments, hot springs, and that they live together with a dragon species called Saurians. And part of the reason why this is all we know about the people of Natlan is that they rarely leave. I've made a whole video about Natlan on the surface level and back into the Night Kingdom so that we well, what she actually did was declare a nationwide Night Warden war, with like Natlan specifically. And to also a soul into that should probably Gosoithoth before it decides that psychological warfare isn't cutting it. Death during our time in Natlan, we finally reach the location where Gosoithoth has been hiding. And this thing is not playing around. It uses the voices of the previous Pyro Archons that it stole from the ley lines to spew words of hopelessness and fear, assuming, perhaps correctly, that these lines may take a toll on Mahuika and the Traveler's psyche. Mahuika manages to land one good hit on Gosoithoth before it decides that psychological warfare isn't cutting it.
So which dragon?
So it changes its shape to that of the former Pyro Sovereign, Shuicoatl. I mean, let's face it, what's more powerful into that than one of the ancient dragon sovereigns? It's a pretty scary choice. And so
that's what the Pyro Dragon looked like.
A hopeless battle. But in the face of hopelessness, hope shines eternal, and Traveler finally fully connects to Natlan's ley lines and resonates with the power of Pyro, just in time to give Gosoithoth a good ol' smackdown, and to also get smacked down real hard in return. Gosoithoth strikes at the sacred flame, and just when it seems like the flames have stopped burning, the people of Natlan join together and sing the Ode of Resurrection, which revitalizes the sacred flame and allows the Traveler and Mahuika to pull from the flames a sword that can cleanse the darkness. And the sword does just what it says on the tin. With one decisive strike, Gosoithoth is obliterated by the sword of the sacred flame. Finally, the war is won for good this time, and it is time to celebrate with a big old party and everything. And while the Traveler is distracted, Mahuika quietly slips away to die. You know, like a Hilichurl at the end of their life. Now, I know it seems that, like, winning the war against the Abyss would change Mahuika's fate and she wouldn't have to die because, like, the Abyss is gone, but, turns out that's not actually the case. In the fight against the Abyss, Mahuika used the Ruler of Death's power, and that
must be paid
in Renova's debt. And the only way to repay that debt is with her own death. And she plans to pay that debt in Ochkanatlan, the ancient dragon city and the place where the first Pyro Archon Xbalanque lit the sacred flame. And then, finally, after literally years of waiting, we get to see one of the Primordial One's 4 shades, Renova, the Shade of Death, a giant eldritch horror in the sky. Well, I mean, I guess technically that's not really Renova, it's just an extension of her power and her means of looking over to that. If it looks familiar to you, it's probably because it's pretty similar to the rift in space that the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles made at the start of the game, and she's also likely a shade. Or the Primordial One herself. It's kinda hard to say at this point, but that's a discussion for another time. Renova sounds like an overworked office lady, bored stiff but still faithfully carrying out her duties. And it is her duty to witness Mahuika's death. Mahuika does in fact intend to die,
lunchtime
but
already.
To let her death be in vain. She plans to offer
do you have enough toenails or what's going on?
Use those flames to sustain the Lord of the Night so she can continue to protect Natlan. But the amount of power Mahuika's life can provide isn't limitless. It will eventually run out in a few hundred years. It can, of course, be sustained by continuing the pilgrimage, which generates the contending fire the sacred flame feeds on, but Mahuika is stubborn and wants the pilgrimage to change. That means no more contending fire. And she's determined to see this through, but the Lord of the Night has other ideas. She believes that the captain makes for a much better sacrifice. And for reasons I admit I don't quite understand, Renova seems obligated to accept Yuhal Tekutin's choice of sacrifice. So if Yuhal wants the captain, Yuhal will get the captain. And the captain has every reason to cooperate because he wishes for all the souls within his modified heart to be able to enter Natlan's ley lines, and Yuhal Tekutin has the power to change the rules and make that happen. But there is one teeny tiny problem with this change in sacrifice.
He's immortal?
Unlike Mahuika, the captain is immortal and therefore cannot die and offer his life up to the sacred flame. And if he tries, he'll trigger a paradox wherein 2 of Renova's rules will be in conflict with each other. That paradox will then disrupt the order underpinning the entire world, which would be a disaster even Renova couldn't fix. Which means, if Renova plans to respect Yhal-Tekutin's choice of sacrifice, she will have to forego one of her rules. Either she clears the debt of death, or she revokes the curse of immortality. She decides the curse of immortality must stand and breaks the payment of death rule instead. But while the death debt is cleared, Yhal-Tekutin still needs fuel so she can properly power the ley lines. So the captain consensually fuses his existence with hers. His immortal body will provide her with infinite life force, and in return, she rewrites the rules of the Night Kingdom to allow the souls of Outlanders to enter, including those kept within the captain's heart. It also seems as though the captain's own soul is able to seek refuge in the Night Kingdom, although I doubt that means he can be reborn, seeing as he's kind of chemically wedded to an angel now. That's a reference some of you will understand, and if you don't, that's okay. But whatever the technicalities are here, it does seem that he can at least leave his flesh behind and free himself from the endless suffering of living within a rotting body. So that's nice. Now, I do think it's a bit odd that Renova never once acknowledges the presence of the Traveler or Paimon during this whole
That's
exchange.
crazy.
Like, I know she's just here to witness the end of her contract with Shibalanke, but like...
Yeah, we didn't even ask her
she
questions.
said something to or about
We didn't
a
even
Descender
try to
being
talk to
there,
her.
given that, you know, they're right there, and Descenders are super important to VAT. I mean, the leader of Celestia, who she reports to, is a Descender. Which does beg the question, is it possible that Renova can't see them? I guess we'll just have to wait until our next encounter to find out. And now that the crisis within the ley lines has finally been resolved, Natlan can move forward. The pilgrimage will no longer come with the risk of death. The Natlanese can finally travel to that freely, and the ley lines can reconnect with the rest of the world's network. And to commemorate this achievement, a memorial is erected to honor the captain and all of those who fought for Natlan's freedom against the Abyss. So now that that's over with, let's go over all the Q&A sessions that we had with the Lord of the Night and Malwika, because there's some interesting stuff in here that wasn't really relevant to Natlan's plot, but still matters overall. I'm actually only going to go over the stuff I haven't touched on already, so there's only like 3 things here, but, you know, still worth talking about. I want to start by talking a little bit about the Loom of Fate, because Yhal-Tekutin tells us that she has never even heard of the Loom of Fate. She even says that she can't create something from nothing and thus lacks the ability to create new ley lines, which is quite interesting because that is what the Loom of Fate is supposed to do. And that means that the Loom of Fate's abilities surpass that of the Seelies, and the Seelies are angels of Celestia, right? Like, they're the servants of God, basically. Which is interesting to me because during another Q&A, Malwika says that the ley lines were initially created by the Heavenly Principles, and if the angels serve the Heavenly Principles directly, you would assume that there would be some sort of shared knowledge or skill set there. But I would like to caveat Malwika's statement by saying that the Heavenly Principles in this case may or may not actually refer to the first Descender. See, Heavenly Principles is just a title that's given to the one who currently rules heaven. It's like calling somebody a king. Who the king is may change with time, but the title of king doesn't. So if you say that the king does something but never specify what the name of that king was, you could be attributing that accomplishment to any king. I don't think we need to think too deeply on this for right now, but I would like you to keep it in mind for future patches because I have an inkling that there's more to this than we think there is, but I literally have nothing to base this on but vibes. But these vibes aren't really based on nothing. They're actually based on phlogiston, because phlogiston seems to have a lot of properties in common with the primordial sea, and one of the dragon sovereigns governs the primordial sea and was the original heart of the primordial sea before the arrival of the first descender, and Shriek-Waddle seems to have been the same thing for phlogiston. And the first descender is the one who made the system of elemental energy that was based off of phlogiston. And I'm just wondering if the first descender modified ley lines in the same way that they modified phlogiston, if that makes sense. That's where the vibe is coming from, but I literally have nothing else to go on besides that. But I have made a couple videos kind of expanding on this idea if you are interested in learning more about it. It really might be worth your time because during another later Q&A session with Malwika, we learned something that's quite interesting within the context of this whole ley line elemental energy celestial shade type of thing. When we asked Malwika about the place we're going to next, which is Snezhnaya, Malwika decides to tell us about a place called Nod Krai, which is kind of like this borderland on the edge of Snezhnaya. She's assuming that that's where we're going first. And she also says that in Nod Krai, there are a people there who possess a strange power that predates the elements. And any power that's predating the elements should have existed alongside phlogiston, right? Because elements were created as a modification of phlogiston. But phlogiston is also connected to the secret source mechanisms, and the secret source technology that the mechanisms come from belong to the dragons, and they also apparently come from the moon. And the Frost Moon is worshipped in Nordkrai, at least by a small group of people. And during a combat event, we learned that this weird power that some of these Frost Moon worshippers have seems to resemble magic, like just straight up magic. Not even vision elemental manipulation, but magic. I almost wonder if it's a Hexenzirkel style thing. So whether my vibes are on point or off point, I do think we're going to be getting more information about this topic once we get to Nordkrai, or even leading up to it. And speaking of Nordkrai, it seems like that is the current stronghold of the Doctor. A curious mention here, because when we ask Mohica about the Gnosis, she tells us that there will likely be another Harbinger that's sent to collect it. I do wonder if this Harbinger will be the Doctor or a Harbinger that we haven't met in person yet. I'm kind of hoping it's the latter, really, because, you know, we've got a lot of Harbingers we haven't met yet. Shockingly, I think that actually does it for all of the Q&A bits that we haven't covered elsewhere in this recap. But I do want to close with a very quick and simple theory, if I may. Since the captain is kind of dead, we are unlikely to confirm which constellation on the Fatui wheel belongs to him, but I do think that constellation may be this one, the 3 crossed nails. It would be really appropriate because 3 crossed nails are considered a symbol of sacrifice because 3 nails were used to nail Jesus to a cross. And the captain sacrificed himself for Natlan. Plus, there's this very deliberate shot that shows up during some of the ending stories where we're talking about the heroes that saved Natlan, and that obviously includes the captain, and it's just got these 3 crossed swords, and one of them is the captain's. I think it's pretty hard to argue against this imagery. I don't even know if this really counts as a theory at this point, but I still wanted to bring it up because this is likely the only kind of confirmation or hinting at his constellation that we'll get. And with that, my friends, our journey in Natlan is finally complete. Well, sort of. The main one is. Obviously, we still have some unresolved issues of the new Harbinger coming to collect the Gnosis, so there's likely an epilogue scheduled for a later date. And we obviously still have to go see Eon-san at the Collective of Plenty and all that kind of stuff, but, you know, regardless of what the future holds, thank you so much for making it this far and for watching this video. I really appreciate it, you guys. I hope you enjoyed this trip into Natlan, and
kind of fascinating, like the idea that this feels a lot more hype than usual. I wonder if Genshin is doing sponsors. I wonder if the Ashikai video I watched was just sponsored. Cause honestly, man, Ashikai is a plus for this community. Sometimes I feel like she just looks at leaks and then makes videos, but when she breaks stuff down like that, I have to give her credit. I have to give the girl credit. For your creator, so they don't directly sponsor her, but they sponsor her results, I guess. Anyway, she's a pluser. Everything she said made sense. Can't deny it.
Phew! I made it. I'm not late, am I?
Nope, it's just about to start. Oh, and speaking of, hello everyone!
Hello,
Welcome
British
to
people.
The Genshin Impact version 5.5 special program.
I think she's
My name
in
is Naomi McDonald, and I voice
Naomi McDonald?
Yumezuki Mizuki.
I'm pretty sure she's in
As for my co-host, if you've checked out the bulletin board at the Weary Inn, you might have heard of a warrior from the Collective of Plenty who once ate 80 people's worth of food all by herself.
Naomi, Withering Waves.
Who it could be.
What does she voice
That
in
would be
Wiwa
my
again?
character. Hello, everyone. My name is
Yeah,
Jane
Lena.
Jackson, and I'm the voice of Varessa.
Exciting! We get to host the special program together. Although I was kind of
Naomi McDonald, I am British,
Mizuki's
and I speak for Yelana in Withering Waves.
The theme of today's program is a travel guide, and Mizuki is an experienced traveler, right? So I think it's a good match.
Versus sounds Western.
So to kick things off, does everyone remember how Ion-san invited the traveler to check out our tribe, the Collective of Plenty? Well, in version 5.5, travelers will get to do just that.
Awesome. The character you voice is from there, right? Doesn't that mean you have some inside scoop to share?
Oh, it would be my pleasure. Let's see. Oh, let's start with the version trailer.
He really looks crazy. Hey, more Filet Justin.
We made it! Welcome to the Collective of Plenty.
Oh no.
My dudes. The name's Aoife, a vet from the
Oh shit.
Nothing gets the blood pumping like a contest to see which tribe's the strongest, huh?
Aoife's hot.
Time for a real showdown.
I'm like, wait a minute, she voiced it?
Start the clock!
At least to be playable. Because I doubt she's voiced.
Anyway, I'm sorry, but I gotta get some food in me.
Oh, this looks fun.
More, please! Catch me if you can!
Is this Sonic?
If you can figure out which way to go, of course.
Wait a minute, this kind of reminds me of Ling Yang from Wuwa. This was how his story quest was. It was 2D.
Here goes nothing. Look out below!
And then she slams her butt on you. Cool.
Hero incoming! Ultimate flying kick!
Man, the damage she does is gonna be crazy. Oh, you're cooked. This looks amazing.
Oh no, not good! The volcano is acting up again!
Oh shit, well, you, yeah. Lots of spoilers, man. Pasta with tomato sauce, by the way. What? No toenails?
Ungrateful humans! Is there really some kind of evil power inside the sacred flame crystals?
I gotta think this
What the fuck? Is this the main story or something?
It would be great if we could get to the bottom of this, but not every historical mystery can be unraveled.
Follow the light. And humans are the same. Except we call that light.
Oh, the first code, great. Usually this stuff shows up on Hoya Lab the moment. I wonder if it shows up right now on Hoya Lab. But usually once this stuff ends, it shows up on Hoya Lab. All this is prepared to receive codes.
This version looks so fun. That seems to be the vibe of the Collective of Plenty in general.
So true. The Collective of Plenty is the travelers' final stop in their tribal tour of Natlan. The tribe is located near the Great Volcano of Tolan, which has been looming in the distance since version 5.0. The people of Natlan view the volcano as a sacred mountain.
Ooh, Sacred Mountain. That sounds a bit cool.
Yeah. So for travelers who have played through the Cinder City World Quest, the name might sound familiar. It's the place we were told to take our Saurian companion. So if you're planning to explore the volcano, head to the tribe first and keep going from there.
Whoa, that platform looks like it has bull horns. Kind of like Varessa. Must be one of the main attractions of the tribe. Huh. Did that volcano just erupt?
Yeah, the volcano is dormant most of the time, but if the ground starts to shake, it could be a sign that an eruption is imminent. But if that happens, you can just find somewhere safe and watch the volcanic rain. It's actually really beautiful. Oh, and you'll probably encounter falling rocks too, but the tribe Saurians can help out with that.
Oh, nice.
Like the other tribes, the Collective of Plenty is home to a unique kind of Saurian, the Tatankasaur. The little ones may look cute and innocent, but don't be fooled. Adult Tatankasaurs are powerful creatures. They can smash rocks and other objects by sprinting at them. Striking something with their horns triggers their fighting spirit, enabling them to perform a second sprint, which is faster, more powerful, and allows them to briefly dash across water or liquid phlogiston. Tatankasaurs are gentle creatures at heart.
Man, I really like Aoife's design.
Brute strength is nothing
The
to
white
scoff at.
and turquoise
Take advantage of the indwelling mechanic during
with the black
exploration, and
undertones.
no obstacle will be able to stand in your way.
And he has a
Sweet.
freaking eye slash.
Could
This
also
guy's
mention, Varessa
this
has
guy's
a
hot.
Tatankasaur companion of her own. Her name is Vanana.
Oh, she even has a little bow on her leg. What's she doing?
Oh, looks like she's keeping watch over the orchard for Varessa. And speaking of the orchard, let's look at some of Varessa's food favorites.
Okay.
Varessa's family owns the orchard, so it looks like their fresh fruit made the top of the list. Being so close to the volcano makes the
He does look like a Pokemon trainer.
a great farming area, so the fruit is even more delicious.
Oh, what about that? What's the Epic Feast Showdown?
Well, it's actually a speed eating contest featuring a ton of delicious food.
The servings are that big? How do people even finish something like that?
Come hungry, I guess?
Man, her boobs are massive.
Will introduce the traveler to another one of her
Oh god, oh my god.
A fruit-flavored mushroom.
And we're sure it's not poisonous?
Well, just think of it as a regional delicacy. It's supposed to taste really good, but there's actually a legend about these mushrooms in the Collective of Plenty.
A legend, huh?
Yeah. Most of the mushrooms are red, but according to the legend, if you
I just wonder if Aoife's Pyro.
it must be picked and eaten right away.
Wait, what
He
happened to
kind of
the
might be
mushroom?
Animo.
Isn't that a fungus?
Okay,
But he's
so
hot.
this might sound weird, but looks like that's all we can divulge for now. But don't worry, all will be revealed in Varessa's Tribal Chronicle. Whether you want to participate in the Epic Feast Showdown, unravel the mystery of the green mushrooms, or learn more about Varessa herself, be sure to check it out. Plus, you don't have to progress through the whole Natland story to start her chronicle. And if completed within a certain time frame, travelers can earn primo gems and level up materials for Varessa.
During the Abyss
They really wanted a
invasion,
5-star.
Varessa was busy defending her tribe, right? The situation was so dangerous back then. I hope she didn't get hurt.
Well, Varessa may seem to move at her own pace, but don't be fooled. She's a fierce warrior of her tribe. As long as she can get herself in the zone.
Oh, you mean by eating 80, no, 100 servings?
No.
Right
Okay, that is one way. But she also has a different method. So Varessa grew up reading stories about Natland's heroes, and she always dreamed of following in their footsteps. So she made herself a mask modeled after the one her idol Fiatenna wore. Whenever she wears the mask, it's like she can
Oh,
channel
this
the
girl's
hero
also
she
in
always
Wua.
wanted to be.
Oh, that's so sweet.
So you tell me a lot of these actresses. So who did Varessa? So Jane Jackson, Wua. Oh, these are all Wua actresses. Kind of funny that, Oh, that's the main character in Wua. Man, Wua really underutilized these characters, because they sound very good for Genshin.
Ouch! Headbutt! Put! Volcano kablam! Ultimate flying kick! Hi! Ha-ha!
Oh my god, the heart effects. She even falls down? That's so adorable.
Without the mask, Varessa's movements can be a bit uncoordinated, awkward, and clumsy. But once she has the mask on, her demeanor does a complete 180.
Oh, yeah, this girl's got wrestling skills.
Definitely. But the core of her kit is actually her plunging attack.
Oh, really?
Yeah, kinda different, right? Varessa uses the momentum of her charged attack to leap into the air and then plunge toward her enemies. After unleashing her elemental skill, tapping her normal attack will allow her to quickly perform a charged attack and then attack with greater speed.
Wow, she seems a lot more lithe, and her moves seem more forceful.
Forceful is right. Varessa gains
Surprised.
night soul
Is
points
Jane
and
from
even
Britain?
enemies with her plunging attack. When her
I know
night
the
soul
other
points
chick's from
reach
Britain.
maximum level through this method,
Because
Varessa
Jane does
can
not sound
enter a
British.
special state and consume night soul points to unleash
She is from London, but she does not sound like she's from London.
The hero state you mentioned before, when she wears the mask and channels her idol. Wow, yeah, her moves definitely look so much more confident now.
That's for sure. The combination of her elemental skill, charged attack, and plunging attack is where her kit really shines. Plus, when in this state, for a brief period of time after performing a plunging attack, Varessa can unleash a special elemental burst.
Oh, I get it. So the on-screen indicator around her signals when you can unleash it.
Yep, and during her normal elemental burst, Varessa dons her mask, enters her special combat state, and unleashes a powerful flying kick against her enemies.
Whew, that's a strong kick.
Of course, adventuring isn't all about combat. Like the Saurians of her tribe, Veressa is good at sprinting, jumping, and smashing through obstacles in her way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that leg spinning animation when she sprints is just so cute.
Yeah, plus, if she encounters an obstacle on the road, she can just leap right over it.
Yeah, she jumps pretty high.
Damn, this area looks really like well developed, though. Like almost like a
well in a competition setting.
very.
She's afraid of hurting other people.
Ah, okay, so she's all raw power and no
Like,
control, huh?
it seems to be very
Veressa's one of her students, right?
Yes.
emulate
And Janson's
a very
ancient
good
name means
representation of
power.
reality.
So if anyone can teach Veressa about wielding immense strength, it's her.
MAO Destiny.
Speaking of Jansan, it seems like our travel guide has some
That's quite a
information about
Japanese
her.
name.
Yes, these are some of Janson's tips for a successful visit to the Collective of Plenty. So, let's take a look at some of the recommended activities around her tribe. The Collective of Plenty is all about brute strength, so wrestling matches are a popular activity, especially between people and Saurians. If you're interested, head to the wrestling arena to check it out.
Whoa, that looks like a close match.
Travelers might also spot matador Monitus around the outskirts of the tribe.
I get the name now. They definitely look like bullfighters.
Or, I guess, Saurian fighters in this case? Anyway, these little guys are pranksters that like to taunt the Tatankasaurs with their banners. In true Collective of Plenty fashion, the best way to get rid of them is by charging straight at them. Of course, we can't forget about the most popular pastime in the tribe,
Wrestling.
exercise.
Oh.
And since Ian-san is a professional trainer, a lot of people come to her for nutrition plans, training plans, and strength training exercises. I mean, she can do it all.
Yeah, but it's quite the contrast seeing her train people who are so much bigger than her. But once you learn about her personality, I feel like you don't even notice her height anymore. She just definitely seems dependable and supportive.
Definitely. So let's take a look at how all that training plays out in combat.
You haven't quite hit your reps for today. Come on, one more set. Controlled breathing. Start the clock. Heads up.
As you can see, Ian-san is an electro polearm user.
Polearm? But isn't that a barbell?
Hey, a barbell can be an effective weapon, but only in the hands of an experienced in-game professional, of course. So don't try this at home, travelers.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave the barbell fighting to Ian-san.
With her elemental skill, Ian-san gains Night Soul points and dashes forward a certain distance.
Quick!
With her elemental burst, Ian-san unleashes a powerful ground pound and summons her limited edition kinetic energy scale for workouts to the field.
Wait, what does that do?
The energy scale follows the active character and boosts their attack based on Ian-san's own attack and amount of Night Soul points. The more Night Soul points she has, the higher the boost.
Ah, okay. So it's better for Ian-san's Night Soul points to remain high.
Yes, exactly. And that's where the energy scale's other function comes in. The energy scale logs the distance the active character has moved, excluding Ian-san herself. The more Ian-san's party members move, the more Night Soul points she gains, which means her attack buff is higher.
Wow, okay, so it all comes down to the amount of exercise. Very fitting for a trainer. So Ian-san probably works best with characters who use movement abilities in combat.
That's true. Although, because of that, her buff isn't restricted to a specific AoE, so moving around is kind of the point. I'm sure travelers will figure out all sorts of cool team comps.
That's so nice.
Also, when a nearby party member triggers a Night Soul burst, Ian-san obtains the warming up effect through one of her talents, allowing her to continuously restore HP to your current active character for a period of time.
Oh, I like that. Because recovery is definitely important in training too.
Ian-san's training comes in handy for exploration as well. In the Night Soul's Blessing state, Ian-san's movement speed is enhanced, and holding the sprint button allows her to enter the even faster at rush state.
Wow, that's lightning fast. Looks like Ian-san's got some serious athletic ability. I really like how all her skills suit her profession.
Yeah, I feel like her training philosophy really shines through. It takes constant, dedicated practice to truly harness your power. And that's definitely what makes Yansan so effective against her enemies.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of enemies, I see a danger notice here.
Right. Well, travelers need to defeat this creature to get Varessa's ascension materials. It uses scalding lava and rocks to attack its foes, so make sure you're prepared, travelers.
This monster kind of reminds me of the lava enemies we faced before. The ones afraid of pyro attacks.
Oh, you're right. It's like an extreme version of those enemies, and it works in a similar way. Hit it with enough pyro attacks and it will change form, giving you an opportunity to strike. Now is also the perfect time to talk about an improvement to the boss tracking system. Starting in version 5.5, clicking on a boss icon on the map will allow you to more quickly navigate to its location.
Oh, nice. Well, that should make farming a lot easier.
All right, I'd say it's about time for our first break.
Oh, wait, we forgot something important.
Oh, of course, the event wishes. In the first half of version 5.5, we'll have event wishes from Varessa and Xianyun. Yansan will also enjoy a drop rate boost. Plus, a new 5-star catalyst, Vivid Notions, will be featured on the weapon banner.
And in the second half of version 5.5, we'll have returning event wishes for Shilonen and Venti.
All right, now we can actually take our first break. See you soon!
波波，沃鲁之邦是一个什么样的地方？
沃鲁之邦啊，是一个充满力量与肌肉的地方。那么他们这个部族里面的人解决问题的哲学就是力大专飞。那我们在设计这个区域地图的时候啊，就希望大世界、角色和龙都有这种力大专飞的感觉。比方说在探索的时候啊，碰到跨越不了的悬崖，我觉得跑得够快就能够顺势起飞；碰到一定要过的河流，我觉得跑得够快就可以水上漂；包括碰到一些复杂地形，我觉得跑得够快就能够打通隧道、改变地形，等等等等。
那沃鲁之邦的人在日常生活中有什么有意思的事情吗？
我想起来，这有一款知名的风味饮料，就是用沃鲁之邦盛产的水果加兔角龙猛烈的撞击做出来的。其中这个充满烈度的撞击啊是关键。毕竟我觉得这个叫做大力出。
等，停！我觉得这段得卡掉。那这次做火山有什么灵感吗？
这个嘛，我总觉得之前纳塔的生态还缺少一点狂野。而火山天然就具有的野性美，则可以很好的弥补这一块。不过我们开发的同学啊，对这个设计的想法还不太统一。
我觉得火山吧，就应该激烈的喷发，火山应该像一座死火山一样沉静一点。
那最后啊，我们努力的满足了双方的需求，让它一会儿沉静，一会儿喷发。
那除了夸张的风景地貌，有没有什么有趣的内容在等待着大家体验呢？
当然也是有的。比如说这个小家伙的故事，就会在这个版本迎来高潮。我们这个版本有狂野的自然生态，有激情对撞的场景，甚至还有夸张的地方传奇等着大家。也希望大家能够喜欢5.5版本的游戏内容。
好看。
我觉得应该会喜欢吧。
Hello, travelers! Welcome back to the version 5.5 special program.
Welcome back. Does everyone still remember the volcanic eruption we saw earlier? Well, the eruptions are actually getting a lot more intense.
That seems like a bad omen.
Yeah. Travelers will need to investigate the volcano to learn more. And to do that, travelers will need to wait for the right moment and head to the very top of a circular isle known as the Skyfire Circlet, which sits right above the volcano.
You know, being so close to the crater really does look very dangerous, but wow, is it stunning.
Once you make it to the top, you can use a special method to enter the volcano and follow a mechanical dragon into an underground ruin.
Wow, it's so majestic. I thought the inside of a volcano would be nothing but lava and rock, but this place is more like a city.
There have long been legends in Natlan that speak of a sacred city and a volcano. And that's exactly what this place is. It's the sacred city of Tolan, built by the Dragonborn of ages past.
Wow, the shattered sky looks so cool, and these mechanisms look so advanced.
Yeah. Travelers might notice a certain resemblance to the Secret Source automaton. And that's because everything you see here, the Secret Source servants, the dragons circling the sky, the giant structures, are all relics from the age of the ancient dragons.
Those flying ones are called Secret Source Dragon idols, right? Wow, we can actually ride them! This dragon technology is really impressive.
So unfortunately, due to the previous war between dragons and humans, along with years of abyssal corrosion, the city doesn't operate like it should.
The war between dragons and humans? What happened?
A few clues were revealed in Ochkanatlan, but there are more secrets to uncover this time, and travelers will need the help of a very special Saurian along the way.
Ooh, I'm guessing that means it's time for another adventure with Little One?
Absolutely, that's right. Travelers might remember that during the Cinder City World Quest in version 5.2, a mysterious dragonborn said venturing to a sacred city was the key to dispelling the Flame Lord's blessing and unraveling the mysteries surrounding Little One. I know a lot of people can't wait to get to the bottom of that curse and learn more about the so-called Chosen of Dragons. And it looks like exploring this place might give you some answers.
Not just answers, but also rewards. A total of 400 Primo Gems in exploration mission rewards are up for grabs by exploring the new 5.5 regions. These rewards will be available through version 5.6, so don't miss out. All right, let's get into the version 5.5 events.
Yes, similar to the Sacred Dragon City, our first event gives travelers the chance to learn about Natlan's past.
Tournament of Glory and Bloom. So it's a competition?
Yeah. The name of the event is a reference to the Bloomflower Trials, a kind of competition that hasn't been held in Natlan for a long time.
Ooh, mysterious. So why is it being held now after so much time?
Well, the main reason is to help an ailing Saurian.
Oh, the little Tapetlosaur wearing the hat.
Yeah, he's a brave little Saurian who contracted a rare illness during the fight against the Abyss. So the tribal chiefs enlisted the help of a professional Saurian vet, Aoife.
Hey, Kukuku's there too!
Of course. He's Aoife's assistant after all, and a very capable one at that.
No way, bro!
Yes way, bro! According to Aoife, if we want to save this Saurian, we need to collect sacred flame crystals, a special resource that can be obtained when tribes fight against each other during the Bloomflower Trials.
Oh, I would do anything to help that little guy.
I know. And luckily, the 6 tribal chiefs agree. But that's not the only purpose of the tournament. Mawika sees it as a chance for a different kind of competition to unite her people. And she's even funding the event herself.
Huh. So if all 6 tribes are participating, I wonder which team the Traveler will join. How does that work?
Oh, right. Let me explain the event gameplay.
Take it away.
This event has 2 different kinds of gameplay: the Bloomflower Trials and Saurian Treasure Seeker. In the Bloomflower Trials, travelers will fight alongside their companions in an inter-tribal competition that puts their offensive and defensive capabilities to the test. For example, this is an offensive battle with Mualani. In offensive battles, you need to break through the enemy's defensive barriers to capture their stronghold. Your allies will provide valuable support on the battlefield. Use their skills to your advantage to complete various stage events and seize the enemy's main base.
And this one with Varessa must be a defensive battle.
That's right. In defensive battles, you need to prevent your flag from being destroyed and work with your allies to protect your base.
Wow, so it's a true standoff between the tribes.
Uh-huh. In this event, when you're competing, you're having fun.
Okay, so what about the Saurian Treasure Seeker?
Basically, travelers need to guide Saurians on a treasure hunt by switching the indicated direction at various intersections while collecting treasure and avoiding hazards along the route, like hilichurl patrols and lava eruptions.
Ooh, looks fun.
Plus, different Saurians have different abilities, so make sure to choose the best route. Oh, I should also mention, completing this event will give travelers the chance to invite Auroron to their party.
Version 5.5 also has other exciting events in store. The first one is a more light-hearted co-op event. Travelers can either randomly match with other players or team up with friends.
Co-op with friends is always so fun.
Yeah, in this event, the goal is to collect as many adventure coins as possible. Interact with item boxes scattered around the challenge arena to obtain key resources to secure victory.
Oh, so the items help you mess with other players and prevent them from earning points?
Yeah, that's right. Plus, everyone has a designated character, so make sure to use their skills to your advantage.
Whoa, 4 Mauikas? I can't even tell them apart. So I guess if you're gonna mess with another player, then you better target the right one.
Oh, definitely. Especially because rewards are on the line.
So this next event looks like it takes place at the People of the Springs.
That's right. It's called Rhythm Ball Metzli. Mualani invited the traveler to her tribe for a special music festival. Shilonen and Mizuki are going to be there too.
Sounds nice and relaxing. I feel like Shilonen needs that in her life.
True. In this event, the goal is to strike incoming balls with the paddle to smash the blocks. The paddle's element changes based on your character's elemental type, so you can even trigger elemental reactions. All you need to do is hit the balls to the beat to defeat the boss.
Oh, well, that doesn't seem too hard.
No, but this next event might be.
Ooh.
So, Unlimited Fighting Championship features 5 stages of high difficulty combat challenges. Each stage is divided into 2 halves. In the first half, you need to follow the directions specified in the challenge to earn buffs, which should give you an edge in the second half as you face off against formidable bosses. Your chosen difficulty determines the max HP of the bosses.
Wait, 9,999 times HP multiplier? Is that even possible to defeat?
Well, let's just say the highest difficulty doesn't take the word challenge lightly.
Okay, well, this next event has to do with artifacts. So within the event period, you can earn double the artifact drops. So if you need to do some artifact farming, don't miss out. Travelers can also look forward to a new artifact domain and 2 new artifact sets in version 5.5.
Nice. Double drops are here just in time.
Yep, and plus, I heard the Long Night's Oath set tells the story of Light Keepers who fought against the Abyss and Nod Cry.
Light Keepers? Wow, Nod Cry seems so mysterious. Lore Keepers, get your pens ready.
Absolutely. So be sure to check out the story behind the artifact set if you're interested. All right, moving on to Repertoire of Myriad Melodies.
Ooh, are we getting a rhythm game update?
Absolutely. Certain Natlan OSTs will now be available in the game.
Cool, I'm sure people have been waiting for that.
Future updates will continue to add more music. In addition, Natlan and Venti-inspired score themes will be added to the Treasure of Myriad Melodies shop, so check them out if you're interested. Plus, in the new update, you can now play the rhythm game in the Serenity Pot.
Nice!
Version 5.5 is also adding new permanent envisaged echoes challenges for Venti and Dia. Complete them to earn their corresponding echoes.
Ooh, Dia's flames are so cool. Oh, and Venti's echoes look like feathers in Cecilia's. Very fitting.
So check them out if you're interested.
Yeah, and good luck with the challenges.
Travelers can also look forward to some Genius Invocation TCG updates, including new character and action cards.
So don't miss out, Genius Invocation fans.
All right. Next up on the agenda is
our break for the 3rd redemption code. See you on the other side, travelers.
Today's goal is to get moving and burn fat.
Just follow Coach Yan-san.
Are we ready? Let's go! Gotta warm up those muscles, so let's get our bodies moving.
Exploration
Now,
and
onto
trials.
jump rope. Here we go.
Adventuring is
Keep
right
pushing.
up my alley.
Next up is high knees. Let's go.
You got it, Coach!
Now, increase the speed.
Oh, gotta sprint it out!
Looking good. Now, into a wide squat.
You're amazing, Coach!
Keep it up. You can do it. We're gonna alternate punches and knee drives. Keep that core tight. Yes, coach. Finally, stretch it out. Ugh, cool down time. All right, that's it for today's session. See you tomorrow. Don't miss out.
Welcome back. Woo! Let's jump right into some system optimizations. First, the Sanctifying Elixir, which travelers can use to generate artifacts, now has a guarantee.
Ooh, what kind of guarantee?
So starting in 5.5, for artifacts defined with Sanctifying Elixir, as you raise them to maximum level, at least 2 substat enhancements along the way are guaranteed to be applied to your targeted substats. Hopefully, this improves the leveling experience.
Yeah, definitely sounds like it'll be easier to get the artifact you're aiming for. This next update should also be useful. In version 5.5, the treasure compass will now be able to detect more treasure locations, including the new kind of Manitus in the Collective of Plenty region.
Oh, nice. So that should make it easier to farm those Primo Gems.
Exactly. Plus, in addition to the boss tracking update we mentioned earlier, there will also be updates to the mail system, so be sure to check out the developers' discussion for further details.
And we also have a piece of out-of-game news to share. So, Genshin Impact is teaming up with Seagate to release an external SSD. Let's take a closer look at the collab. And with that, we've made it all the way through our version 5.5 travel guide.
Oh, which means it's time for us to sign off. But guys, it's been so fun. We hope you've enjoyed it. We've really enjoyed seeing all of this new stuff that's about to come out. I'm really excited for the updates to the permanent content, particularly the echoes. I think that looks awesome.
Definitely.
I'm really excited to see which other characters are going to have echoes. I was thinking if Veressa has one, it's got to be food themed, right? It's going to be like mini donuts or
tacos.
Yeah, tacos, just like flying out of the back of her.
I mean, that sounds delicious. Well, you wouldn't want them to drop, though, you know.
No, I'm sure she'll still eat them.
Totally.
3-second rule.
Well, I am super excited for everyone to get the chance to meet Veressa and have fun with her in game, learn a little bit more about her. I don't know, can't wait. And I'm still thinking a little bit about just that sacred city of Tolan, learning more about that. It just seemed super interesting to just explore this whole different world within a world in a way. So
exciting.
Yeah. Well, it's time for us to say goodbye. So bye, travelers. See you in game.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
This realm. If you ever have it.
Rev the engines! Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Alright. Where did I leave off? Well, now I have a bunch of artifacts that pretty much have 0 owners. Like a lot of these characters I have, I don't have anything to put on them, so I'm like, either I give Zhongli emblem or I give him this. And I chose to basically equip a lot of my characters with the 12% damage bonus. Because he could use songs, but I'm just like, probably the damage bonus is just better. Bow characters. So bow characters are Venti, Ganyu, Blub. So basically none of these characters want elegy except maybe Kujisara, but Kujisara sucks ass. The number one thing Genshin needs is some support spears. I just realized there's 0 support spears in Genshin Impact. It needs to be damage or something. It has to be damage actually. It can't be buff your team's attack or anything. Because coming up now, you have Shilonen and Venti. But I'm like, who do I wish for? Like, it'd be, oh, cool, weapon banner, but issue is no characters use those weapons. Maybe Aoife could? But again, I don't want to make Movika stronger. My Movika is strong enough as is. Neither stronger.
Horizons in the world below.
Deep Gallery Bestowed Banquet.
Adventuring is right up my alley.
Of course, you have 0 energy. So literally no one can use it right now. So we have Aoife. Oh, he's wind. Aoife is wind. I guess it makes sense with this design. Yeah, he's a 4-star. He's guaranteed to be a 4-star. He's from Chaska's clan. So Aoife is a wind character. I was hoping it would be Pyro though. Damn. Because there's 0 Pyro characters besides Movika from Netland, the Fire Nation. He's probably gonna be paired with Chaska. No, well, he doesn't even work with Chaska. Damn. I mean, he flies. I don't know what he flies on. No wonder they withheld him. He's a 4-star actual flyer. Chaska thing won't be as OP when there's a 4-star doing it. The Genshin people are excited about. He's not a 4-star. People think Aoife's gonna be a 4-star. He's not a 4-star. He's Animal. From the same clan. He's Animal from the same clan as Chaska. Reading that. Each tribe has a 4-star and a 5-star. And he's the 4-star. Not a lot of comments here, huh? Peak support, too bad. None of the characters that are meta, right? Except for Yelana. If you want to put your Yelana in Elegy, I guess that's it.
Adventuring is right up my
I guess you could cope and put Yelana in Elegy. Like, if I want a copy of Eon-san, I guess I have to Wish and Shanyun, who's sexy as fuck, by the way. Like, I'd make a waifu tier list. Shanyun is 100% top tier waifu. She's close to the top. I'm very excited for Genshin. The brand new era looks great. The character looks great. This quest looks great. I'm just very happy about this. Overall, I'll give this a 9. Like the character, like Aoife is a 10 out of 10. Like his design is peak. Ultimate's bird have he has an eye patch and he has a cross. Aoife looks amazing. It's kind of hard to believe he's a 4-star. He's guaranteed to be a 4-star. Him and Chaska from the same goddamn tribe. Makes sense why he has a turquoise. But the question is now, what does he fly on? Because him and Chaska are both flyers.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
I was thinking he'd be a pyro healer, but he's another animal healer. We already have Sai Eugene. How much more pyro healers do we need? Does he even work with Movika? Like, what we really needed was a pyro healer from Movika. He is, in fact, animal. Yeah, you should. Those weapons are useless. At a certain point, you get too much power. I feel like Movika's power, like, I think a C0R1 with a C0 Sit Lolly and a C2 Shilonen, probably the C0 Shilonen, I think Mavuika is stronger than a goddamn New Valletta. With C1 R1 New Valletta, with a C2 Farina, and a C2 Shalonen, I think a premium C0 Mavuika team is stronger than a premium New Valletta team that has constellations up till C2. Maybe New Village C2 and the Shalodin's weapon could make a difference. But that's the only thing I'm missing to make it even stronger. But I feel like New Village movie could power grips a little fuck out of New Village. At least it comes to like DPS within 30 seconds. Movie could just put such their damage instantly. And is able to like do those very fast clears. Oh yeah, people are still collecting the Archons, which makes sense. I collect, I collect this. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite and be like, "Oh my god, you're collecting Archons? You crazy?" Nah, I get it. Cause I have all 6 right now that they're available. Venti, Zhongli, Raiden, Nahida, Farida, Mavuika. I put New Valette there because, you know, he might not be the Archon of the region, but he's a sovereign dragon. Alhaitham, Ganyu, Yelana, Sitlali, and Shilonin. Pretty high up there, man. Like I have a lot of achievements. I have to say it's pretty interesting. Because I'm over here thinking, oh, I just got a new cup for my Venti. Then I remember, oh, I have this OP cup for my Venti on set. OP ass cup. Then I have this cup for her. Should have rolled into energy recharge or one of the other crates would have been great. Maybe I could have gotten 150.85. But it did not. What is most interesting is that the game doesn't want me to use like where are they? Because I have like a good I could make use this one. I could use this one. I'm not really sure about that one. But I could use other pieces and the game is like, nope. Your ass need to have a 17 crit rate. Let me check something. Let's see if this changes my ranking on Akasha. No, he's a hot guy. I love his outfit. Too bad he's been struck by the dark skin curse. I'm kidding. Given the fact that Shilonen and Aoife are about to be good character, and Mulan is also good. Hoyo, definitely. Well, I would have liked if Veresa also been dark skinned, given the fact that, you know, she's Mexican. It is what it is. Oh yeah, so right now I'm sitting at the 769. And now I will be at 92, so yeah. It is 100% better for me to use the previous piece I had equipped. Which I think is What CV is this? That's 1734. Actually, I could just look at the piece. Nope. Can't look at the piece. I have to exit and then re-enter to observe the piece. Star just like magic, 'cause everyone deserves a flame. The only thing... But who's he meant to work with? I guess he does have to wear VV, doesn't he? If he's gonna be working with other Natling characters. Aoife, I'm speaking of. You wouldn't be running Aoife in on Center City. It's kind of overloaded at this point. Where is my Ayaka? Ayaka! Ayaka. There it is.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Yeah, I give a lot of energy. So let's get back to the regular schedule program. I say 6 times, yeah. Is this the most competitive one? Raiden Shogun. There's a million Raiden Shoguns. Maybe Hutao is up there. But Hyper Raiden, because Hyper Raiden is so broad, like energy recharge doesn't even factor in.
Many insects have a
I don't really
compulsion
know
to
what to
follow the
say about
light,
her.
and humans are the same. Except we call that
I guess
light
everybody has
hope.
damage, right? Wait a minute, what? No, they don't. Not everyone has damage. Oh, what am I saying? Wait a minute, this one right here, number 13. EM attack percent, double EM, god tier. I'd have to make it double stuff. Well, how much energy recharge? 100%. 100% energy recharge. So basically, everyone here went damage. It makes sense. Whereas I'm like, oh, there's a... No, there's one right here. Oh, no. I should have cared about this. But yeah, basically, for Deepwater to be up there, you have to pretty much give up energy recharge. The reason I went like this is to maintain energy recharge. Because all my rolls are good. Yeah, it's all good. It's not great because, you know, I'm trying to make sure my Nahida could burst reliably. I wonder if Steven is still a thing. I wonder if this team is still real. It's kind of crazy when I look at that team because this team right here is filled with a ton of top 1%ers. This is a very premium team.
Shine down. Teamwork is eat this. Rain outlines your.
I'm actually surprised these enemies are not getting staggered.
Now you shall perish. Illusion shattered. Everybody stand back. Not good. You're toast. Rain cutter. Torn to oblivion. Shine down. Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh? Out of the frying pan. No, my sword. Yeah. Huh?
That shit just stays away from me.
Inazuma shines eternal. Ha.
Yeah, Raiden is something else. In the world of Movika, Raiden is just something else. Definitely no child. Oh, is this where you go this lolly into... Actually, you go this Shalolin into lolly into Bennett. But yeah, the common denominator is just Bennett. It's always Bennett. So he works like this. You go like this.
I'm going in. Suffer the wrath from the skies. Incinerate. I'm getting sick of the team.
Now you're testing my patience.
Incinerate. Light it up.
And that was a fast clear. Well, Wika Premium team is just way stronger than anything we've ever seen before. At this point, doesn't make characters feel resellable. Because it's so bad, Movika is so strong that I feel it really makes it hard to convince somebody like myself to roll for anything else. And to be fair, Genshin doesn't have many people like myself. It has a vastly more hardcore group of players. No, I said hardcore. A lot more casual group of players who don't really pay attention to the fact, like, they know Movika is strong because of the recent name card event and the way she was being shilled, to be quite honest. But they think she's strong to like get to like 420, not realizing Movika is super stupid. And to be fair, you need a premium team. But she's so strong compared to everything else. It's kind of laughable how much stronger she is. And then every time I have to like step back and realize that Movika, I think, is my most hyper invested character, like her team, because I have 2 constellations here and then 2 constellations here as well, and then there's usually Bennett. There's always Bennett. I once
Rise with the sun. Hear the echoes of the valley.
But yeah, Shilonin really doesn't need a weapon, because I actually do use the energy recharge from the Favonias to power somebody like Sitlali. And sometimes I use it to power Shilonin, most times actually, because sometimes she doesn't have enough energy to do anything. A Hydro damage bonus. My worst enemy. Like a lot of people, and that's kind of the issue I imagine a lot of people ran into when it came to the recent name card event. Because I see a lot of people hyping up the banner, and to be fair, the LG of the end is really good. It's just that the problem is, I want to say like whales could do what the hell they want, but like from a free-to-play standpoint or a light spender, there's no team that really wants it except Hutao, and then a Hutao team. You're hyper invested into a Hutao team at the time where Mavuika exists. So if you're chasing damage, which is what weapons do, it feels kind of silly to try to get the elegy at the end. If you will, your dolphin, you could pull whatever you want. The Shilona's weapon is really not. It's okay, I guess, if you're using Petra and you're using Sitlali on your Cinder City, then it's not a big deal. But if you aren't using Sitlali in Cinder City, then I think it becomes a big deal.
There is no escape.
Into the wind. Clouds hide. The birds call. Wind strike.
Everybody stand back. Storm the front. Now you shall perish. Ha, 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 ha. Illusion shattered.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night.
I'm going in. Why do they never miss? Quiver. Impossible. No turning back. Inazuma shines eternal.
I guess this gives me a faster clear. This gives me a faster clear. Holy banner, Batman. People want Shan. At this point, I'm pretty much done. I just probably want some 4 stars to round out some teams, but beyond that, I'm not really trying to get too much else cooking.
Guys, the 5.5 banners have been officialized, and in this video
guy
we'll talk about the featured 5 stars to advise you on which one of them is most worth pulling for your account. Let's go. So, the first one I'll talk about...
Man, I love Genshin Impact, because nothing he says here actually matters. What are these characters? Like, if you're... The answer is all of them. And that's kind of audience he has. The answer is kind of all of them. A lot of people recommending Shanyan. She is sexy as fuck though. So which one do I recommend for your account? Guys, you're not the wall, you're free to play. You probably don't really care about the end game.
Since Colorand about a year ago. Her playstyle, in terms of how it's described in the kit, is kind of intricate, and so I won't go in detail about it here, but rather in the full guide video, but essentially she's a plunge attacker. In fact, despite her kit being
the dolphin is
C0 the way she plays
-1.
is actually pretty simple, because what she actually does is she repeats elemental skill, charge attack, and then plunge. The charge attack throws her into the air to plunge multiple times without breaks. While doing so, she also gets interruption resistance, so again, she's a pretty easy character to use. In terms of ceiling on damage, she is better than Clorand in terms of teams. Her teams just do more damage in a theoretical sense.
Mavika, like the idea of using Mavika as a support is something I would never fathom. Like I find it hard to like my brain cells aren't comprehending. Like I'm trying to rub them together to get some kind of results, and I'm struggling to understand.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
And their damage profile is really good for an Electro character. She's similar to Kenichi in that sense, so a character that can deal a lot of damage without taking advantage of specific amplifying reactions like a vape or melt. And that kind of was the worry about her back when the beta started, compared to a character like Gaming, a Pyro main DPS, a Pyro planche attacker that can vape or melt, whereas I can do that as an Electro attacker, and so people were worried about her numbers paling in comparison, but in actuality they kind of don't. One of the reasons for that is that she really benefits from one of the best team setups in the game to me, and that would be Chevreuse Overload. Particularly because as an Electro carry from Natlan, she perfectly enables the presence of Mavuika on team, and then you can shape the rest of the team with like a Chevreuse, of course, and one between Jansan and Ben.
Yeah, she's lose the guy, man.
Strong core. On the flip side, the other
you're telling people to have Mavuika,
specifically the Shenyun one, so the Shenyun,
and not use your like the idea of telling people to be like, hey man, use your Mavuika in a super unoptimal team that does a fraction of Mavuika's personal damage. You know, that really some people could use it like that. And maybe he's just recommending teams, but they'd be like, oh, this team you're using here, this is how we're going to justify this other character, this other 5-star. We're going to use this much stronger 5-star to be a support. But then again, he's talking to a broad audience, and no one really cares. So the people who care are now watching this video.
She perfectly enables the presence of Mavuika on team, and then you can shape the rest of the team with like a Chevreuse, of course, and one between Jansan and Bennett, which is an extremely strong core. On the flip side, the other teams aren't really as impressive, specifically the Shenyun one, so the Shenyun, the plunge enabler, the de facto plunge enabler. For Varesa, she's not that great, and compared to Gaming specifically, Gaming just got Citlali, which is an extremely strong melt enabler. Varesa does worse than him in this specific team. A negative about the overall core is that it kind of relies on 4-star constellations to be truly great, specifically Chevreuse Constellation 6 and Jansan's Constellation 6. It still works if you don't have those, but they really help propel this team's damage to really high.
83k, 91k, 99k.
And if you want to get the best results, you're also
that's
forced
pretty
to
much
use
because
Mavuika
of
as a sub DPS, which might not be your preferred option for your account in terms of like what you can do. But since as an Electro character, she doesn't rely on any specific reaction to be great, she's just kind of like a better Chlorine across the board in terms of damage, in that she can fit on a lot of teams and she will still do the job. So you don't need to use her on these overload teams for her to function. Also, while her signature weapon is really good compared to 4-star options, her constellations are uncharacteristically underwhelming for a Natlan character. Specifically the early ones. It's not like they're terrible, but they don't increase her damage by a game-changing amount.
Yeah, something like 7 and 4% versus getting your weapon.
Whale investment, but it can be a positive if you dread that fear of missing out sentiment that revolves around strong constellations sometimes. In terms of her preferred core, as I said before, she really benefits from having Chevreuse, Mavuika, and Jansan on her teams. That's her best team.
Yeah, let's take up Mavuika. Let's try and make a different team for her.
As alternatives, you can replace Janssen with a Sarah, Constellation 6 for Sarah, for example, or Ororon, or maybe Bennett, but those would be worse across the board, or Mavuika for a Pyro main character and Ling. Pyro main character is actually a pretty good free-to-play option. It's not exceptional, it's not Mavuika level of course, but it works pretty well in this squad.
And humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Alternatively, you can diverge completely from the Overload core, but those will be generally worse options, even if they include strong characters like
you convinced me,
Firina,
don't
Shion,
get
and
Verisa.
Shenyu. The amount of damage you get from those teams is just lower, but still pretty great by meta standards. And lastly, the Dendro teams, they're kind of limiting in terms of damage ceiling, because the Quicken Reaction as a whole is more meant to amplify the damage on a team-wide scale, like for example with a Facial Yae core, or official Kichin cores, but in the case of Varesa, so a character that has a very high damage ceiling, she just benefits more from those teams that specifically focus on maximizing her own output. Let me remind you that if you enjoy my channel but you haven't subbed yet, please consider doing so because it really makes you notice your support. Next, let's talk about Xianyun, the plunge support that should be coming out alongside Varesa in a rerun. Xianyun is kind of a weird character in my opinion. I was very high on her back when she came out because she was the best in slot support for all the plunge DPS, and she also enabled the plunge playstyle for a lot
and
of
Farina, because you know,
made pretty much everybody
we
or at
know
least a decent
we
DPS
advise her.
in the right team. But my opinion on her got worse as the months went by, because they kept releasing characters that not only don't natively plunge, so they don't have plunges in their kit, but they really don't want to plunge. I'm talking about characters like Chaska, Clorant, Kinich, and Moalani, all characters that have a specific way of attacking, and if you want to plunge with them, you basically have to ignore all the main parts of their kit. And so the prospect I personally had of Xianyun being a fun plunge enabler for a lot of new DPSs, something that would have made her a lot more future-proof than she is currently, kind of went to shit completely because of Oyoverse's trend to release characters that have kits that specifically say fuck you to plunge attacks. And it doesn't have to be this way necessarily, because for example, think of a character like Navia that you wouldn't think about as a plunge attacker as a baseline. The main aspect for Navia in her kit are her very strong elemental skills, but she still gets infusion for all her auto attacks, and not only that, she also gets a plunge damage bonus in her passive. This allows Navia to function pretty well with Xianyun on team, also because as a Claymore character she has a pretty high plunge multipliers, but characters have been getting more and more specific as months went by, and this kind of negated the main perk that comes with Xianyun to me, so enabling characters to plunge in the first place. And I'm saying this because for characters that can already plunge by themselves, so the Xiao, the Gaming, the Varesa, they still benefit a lot from Xianyun because she provides a lot of buffs for these characters, but they can sort of replace her because there are a lot of strong supports in the meta that can fill that role. This is less true for Xiao because Xianyun batteries Xiao and also is more limited in that sense in terms of how many very strong supports he has available. But for example, Gaming can replace Xianyun with Shilonen, and probably pulling Citlali would be a better benefit for him than pulling Xianyun. And for Varesa it's even worse, because she has access to an entirely different team setup that completely outperforms the Xianyun variant. Her Constellations and Signature Weapon make things better because they increase her variant. Strong supports he has available. But for example, Gaming can replace Xianyun with Shilonen, and probably pulling Citlali would be a better benefit for him than pulling Xianyun. And for Varesa it's even worse, because she has access to an entirely different team setup that completely outperforms the Xianyun variant. Her Constellations and Signature Weapon make things better because they increase her punch buffs by a lot, but they still don't fix the first issue I have with her, so new characters being too specific to work with plunge attacks. Now, to be completely fair, the fact she enables a pretty strong playstyle for pretty much
outdated DPS, non-DPS that can get carried by plunge teams? Where is D-Look?
the entire roster is still valuable because she makes a lot of outdated DPSs or even characters that aren't DPSs to begin with at least decent in terms of the damage they can deal. I haven't listed every character here, but pretty much everybody works because she creates this floor of damage that counts for the entirety of your account in different degrees depending on the exact character.
So it's pretty much Shanyu and Sitlali carrying it, D-Luke and Gamin.
Really want her, there aren't a lot sadly, and considering that none of those came after a release, that's a pretty bad red flag, honestly. Side note, as an Anemo Catalyst team-wide healer, she still has a lot of general value because she's basically an upgraded version of Jean in that sense. Her healing is pretty great, I just haven't talked about it too much because it's not what specifically takes her into teams, but it's great, it's there, and it goes to her credit. So, if you want to pull her as a different flavor of Jean, she can fill that role on your account. Next up is Shilonen, who should be one of the 5 stars featured in the second phase. If you follow this channel, you probably know I'm extremely high on Shilonen. Some people say too high, but I don't care. Shilonen is essentially one of the most versatile supports in the game because she's a very good healer that provides a lot offensively as well. For many teams, she's basically the healer version of Zhongli that also provides enough offensive effects to be considered the best in slot in that sense. What personally makes me like Shilonen a lot is that she's really easy to use, because she just needs to use her elemental skill to normal attacks and she will reduce resistance to all opponents in range for 15 seconds. This counts for all the elements in the team excluding Anemo and Dendro, and that's her one flaw, she can't support characters that deal damage through these elements. But for pretty much anybody else it's perfect business, and Shilonen is best in slot or arguable best in slot for many meta teams. A secondary flaw of hers is that she kind of relies on the Cinder City set to reach her peak, and this makes her compete with other Nathan supports. This set can provide big damage bonuses for multiple elements on the team, but typically you only need a single character on the team holding it, and if you have 2 Nathan supports, one of them is probably getting the short end of the stick in terms of how much they're increasing your damage. In Shilonen's case, the short end of the stick is the Petra set, that is just a worse version of the Cinder City set and also clunkier to use. But if used properly, it still works really well for her, and most importantly, it's more unique to her because it only works with Crystallite, so mostly with Geo characters on team. And as a side note, compared to characters like Citlali or the upcoming Yansan, Shilonen is definitely a more versatile support because she fits on pretty much every team regardless of the scaling stat or the team concept, excluding the Dendro or Anemo DPS teams, and that's a lot of teams in the meta, more than the other 2 can cover, and so she will definitely still be the most versatile Cinder City holder in the meta. And just to paint a clear picture, this is how she works with other characters in my opinion. I think she's best in slot for all of these characters. Mavuika is arguable because the Yansan that is coming out kind of fits better on the Melf team specifically. She's best in slot for all of these characters. Mavuika is arguable because the Yansan that is
C6 Yansan is way stronger. And I doubt C2 makes a difference.
Coming out kind of fits better on the Melf team specifically. She a Constellation 6, she offers a higher
So what is Sitlali wearing?
damage ceiling. On other teams, she competes better. The thing is, she kind of overlaps with Citlali in terms of what she offers, and that makes her scale worse than Yansan on the Melf team. But for other teams, she's still very good for Mavuika, and also she's the best fighting spirit.
There's no other team for Mavuika.
Elemental skill, so that's really valuable. I would say she's close to a must for Geo carries, in my opinion, because these characters really don't have.
Which Geo carry? We're talking about Navia and Ito.
Really pulls a lot of weight on these teams. She's pretty much one of the only Cinder City holders for them. The only other one would be Kachina that is just meh. She's arguable best in slot on the Vaporites team for Molani, Hyper team for Neuvillette, Melf.
What about Arlecchino? Doesn't Arlecchino best team involve Vape?
Really easy to use there.
I mean Overload.
Breezely, Utao double Hydro teams, Shilonen really pairs well as a healer for Furina there, same for Raiden, the Melf team for Ganyu. Then for the excellent alternative tier, the difference here is that these characters benefit from specific things other supports offer. For example, Line benefits from Katsu's application through his burst, can do a lot of damage through quicken procs to the Aggravate proc. elements she wants. Lastly, Venti. I will be quick. Venti is mostly outdated as a support, which is sad because he's the Anemo Archon, but he's just kind of outdated because the only special thing he provides is the grouping compared to other Anemo supports, and even that only works 25% of the time, give or take. In those situations, he can be legitimately great, but not especially greater than somebody like Kazuha, who can still group a lot and provide much better buffs than Venti can. It also doesn't help that these situations where Venti is great are those rooms where you're facing a lot of little mobs, and those are seen as easy typically. For example, the latest base, the first side, is typically seen as an easy side that a lot of characters can comfortably beat. And so there isn't really a world where I would advise anybody to get Venti, excluding for lore reasons, honestly. And regarding the 5-star characters, I'm done, but I just want to talk about Yansan a little bit. As of the time I'm recording this video, which is before the live stream, I don't really know where Yansan will be placed. I'm assuming in the first phase with Varese and Xianyun, but I don't know for sure. But it's undeniable that whichever banner Yansan is in becomes much more pull-worthy. She's an incredible attack buffer that has some limits at Constellation 0 in terms of how many characters she can support because of some mechanics of hers, but these mechanics become softer starting from Constellation 4. And if you can get her at Constellation 6, she will definitely be an excellent addition to your roster. If they really put her with Varese, you'll have the opportunity to get a very good DPS and an excellent support, and that's a package that's hard to beat, even for a character like Shilonen. So if you're contemplating should I pull for Shilonen or Varese, where Yansan is placed in the banners really makes a difference. Especially if you have the overload team for Varese, I would say Varese and Yansan is more value than just Shilonen. And with this, I'm done for today. If you enjoyed this video, remember to subscribe and also go check the video I made about the best team course.
Alright, that's enough.